Okay, good morning, everybody who's watching at home, parents, grandparents, families. This is a very exciting day for St Andrews Prep, with Sports Day being screened and broadcast live through CheersMate Productions. And what a day we have. We were slightly worried about the weather over the weekend, I must confess, kept checking the forecast every few seconds. But we've got here, and at the moment at least, it is not actually raining. It's a little bit wet underfoot, but conditions are very good. And you can see some pictures there of the hurdles lined up. Hopefully it'll be dry enough to jump those later. Lots of preparation, lots of work on the long jump pitch, just getting things ready as athletes are making their way towards the events. You can see lots of the children there getting ready. Eager, excited to perform for their houses. It is a house competition, of course, and the emphasis is very much on competing for your house, scoring as many points as possible for your house. Individuals will shine, I'm sure, but the emphasis is on competing for your house. Lots of relay events where teams are working together, and even in individual events, you can score as many points as possible. So coming up, the first events we have on the track, we will have the junior 4x200 meters relay, and then we also have the middles tug of war competition, always a fierce contest which is about to start. And then we also have the middles high jump, which is going to be starting fairly shortly. We've had to move the high jump mat away from the middle of the track because of the wet grass. We've moved it slightly down. We will be able to get shots of the high jump, but we just want to make the run-up a little bit safer. So that will be visible a little later on. We also have the seniors long jump competition starting over in the long jump area, and you'll be able to see that. And at the same time, for children and the seniors who are not competing in the long jump, the javelin competition will be starting as well on the far side of the fields. So we're going to be trying to bring as many of the events as possible. We may not get to see every single person doing every single jump or throw or sprint, but we'll try and bring as many pictures to you as possible. During the day, I also hope to be joined by a few co-commentators, maybe to find out about their experiences of athletics from their childhoods, heroic deeds of bringing the 4x100 meters home in a relay, or not, as may be the case, depending on who I'm speaking to. You can see Mr. Thompson there. He is official starter in his high-vis jacket. There's the finish line for the all the relays. It's a 200-meter track, so the 4x200 will be each person in the relay team doing one lap each before handing over the baton. In the juniors, each house has 3 teams that they're putting forward. So the beauty of this sports day is that everybody's competing at a level that suits them. And that is the most important thing. Competition is healthy, but as long as it is at the right level. And one of the best things about this as a school event is how it brings everybody out here together. And everybody, as I said, can score points. You don't have to be the very best. You can still contribute to your house. And I'll give you updates during the day of how the houses are getting along. You'll see everybody's in their white P-tops, but they have little coloured badges on the sleeve. Arcos are blue. Sea Kings are in red. VCs are in yellow. And Rovers are green. There's some year 8s there looking like they're warming up. Perhaps they've already done it and they're just lulling us into a full sense of security. Yeah, just setting up their run-ups for the long jump, putting together their markings. Mrs. Jones, last-minute technical advice there, I think. Okay, so I've heard a whistle. And we've got the first race about to start. And they're off. So this is a 4x200 meter relay. This is 1 lap each. They stay in their lanes by the looks of things. We've got Sean Ung on the outside there. I think that's Georgia DeBraccio just inside. George Crawford on the inside, and Clark Campbell looks like he's taken the lead on the inside for VCs by the looks of things. So they're coming into the home straight as they're heading down there now. Going to hand over the baton, and I think at this point they can cut into the inside lane once they take the baton. Oh, bit of a slip there, he's got to hand the baton over. So we've got Emily Murray in the lead for VCs. And she's got a big lead of about 10 meters there, I reckon. Oh, it's being closed though, the gap. And we've got Evie Smith closing in, and who's that? Saskia Wells looks like she's about to take the lead perhaps. It's very close. Lots of cheering going on from the inside. Very close, a three pupil race as we hand over the batons to the third runners. So we have got Sydney Jenkins now running there in the lead against Lottie Fellows. And we've got Alexa Elliott there in third place. So this is a good, close race. Arco's got a little bit of work to do in fourth place, but VCs, I think, are out in front. They've led the race for most of it. So a great run by Sydney Jenkins here as she hands the baton on to... I missed who she passed it on to there. Looks like, is it Clark again? Sometimes, due to numbers in 1 or 2 races, we might have to have somebody running twice. And Clark is having to do that this time, but he's got the speed and the endurance, I think, although he's being chased hard by Yaqub Bashir. There's going to be close. There's about 30 meters to go. And it's going to be close as we get to the finish. And Henry Swift is closing in fast as well. But VCs were first there. I think that was Rovers were second and Sea Kings third with Arcos. Big cheer for Jack Hawkins as he comes around in fourth place. Coming in for Arcos to pick up some points. Although I can see Mr. Barter, the head of Arcos, he doesn't look very happy. There's a long way to go though. So, good first event underway there. Well done, the first teams there in the juniors. 2 more relays to come. And here we go. Good shots there of the juniors just finishing off that first 4x200 relay. Okay, now we're having a look. We've got the next set of runners just setting themselves up for the relay. Okay, so the B team runners have head off now, and we can see we've got Rafe Roberts on the inside. He's making fast ground there. Telvin Chamari on the outside. Felicity Stone just inside. And who have we got there? But Arcos, I think, are in 4th place at the moment. So, looks like Rafe Roberts is at home first for Sea Kings, and he hands on the baton. And in 2nd place, looks like, who is that? Looks like Arcos, is it, in 2nd place? And then it's close at the back there. No, Arcos are in 4th place, battling it out with VC. So Rovers must be in 2nd place. But Sea Kings out in front. But being hotly pursued by George Sargent for Rovers. So Rovers closing the gap on Sea Kings, and in fact, Rovers now take the lead. Very strong run by George Sargent, overtakes Saskia Elliott there. But she's hanging in there. Jack Hawkins Luca Aguna-Turner in 3rd place there for VCs, and Arcos in 4th. Felix Harris working hard as he goes round. So it's a good close race out in front between Sea Kings and Rovers. Neck and neck. So Mia Caliendo battling it out with George Barnes. George Barnes just gone into the lead for Sea Kings, retaken the lead. And looks like he might hold on for victory for Sea Kings against Rovers here. But Mia not finished yet, working hard. George finishing it off, and then in 3rd place, it looks like that is Lila Tollett-Cooper for VCs, and Arcos will be finishing in 4th. So another good race there. Those were the B team runners for each house in the juniors, and next onto the track will be the A team runners for each house, who we shall see shortly. Okay, so there's long jump is just getting going. The seniors have been warming up, going through their last minute bits of preparation. We can see the javelin as well is taking place. Mr. Pinch out there, very experienced sportsmaster, of course. He'll make sure he doesn't get hit by the javelin. And that's Harry Jordan just having a throw. And the idea of the throwing competitions, we will measure each effort, but they're throwing into zones and they score points for their houses depending upon which zone the javelin or the shot put or the discus possibly later lands in. And so it's a point scoring event, but we do measure just to make sure that we get the right distances recorded and see who has thrown the furthest on the day. So now we're back to the track and we have the A teams of the junior houses first leg of the 4x200 relay. So looks like Patrick Watmuff has set off at pace and has taken the lead in lane 3 there, and he is racing for Rovers, and he's just gone past Sea Kings, who are in the outside there, and that's Charlotte Miller. And in lane 2 there, I need a bit more of a close-up, and we've got Joe Cornford on the inside there for Arcos. So now the second runner can cut to the inside lane. So this looks like Ben Faulkner is running, and he's closely followed by, that looks like Darcy Jenkins to me, who's chasing hard for VCs. So it's Rovers first, then VCs, then it's Sea Kings. And then we have Arcos in fourth. So it looks like Beatrice Gribble in third for Sea Kings. So Ben Faulkner hands over to Christopher Sen Gupta in the lead for Rovers. And then, bit of a static relay baton change there. Not had too much time to practice. In second, that looks like that could be Seb Popper in second, and he is racing against Isaac. No, who would he be racing there? Let's see. Isaac Furley, perhaps. Yes, Isaac Furley's taken second place for Sea Kings, but VC's out in front. And so it's handed over now to Jesse Fellows, hoping to bring it home for Rovers. And then we've got the battle for second, which is Rafe Roberts for Sea Kings. And who have we got for VCs? Josh Deckett as well. Needs to remember that he can cut to the inside lane if he wants to, but Jessie Fellows out in front as she comes round to the home straight. And it looks like an easy win in the end for Rovers. Rafe Roberts, though, has closed the gap. He's worked hard there to bring it home in second for Sea Kings. VC's in third, and Arcos. Relay perhaps not their strong point in the first event, coming home in fourth. And that's Joe Cornford finishing off. So well done to all the junior relay runners there. The next event for the juniors will be the long jump, which starts in about 15 minutes. So they have a little bit of time to prepare themselves. And you can see the staff there just talking, fine body of people, wizened pros on the athletics front. And here we cut to the middles high jump. 10 children per house competing, and the starting height was at 90 centimeters. Ooh, needs to bring those knees up a little bit higher, get those ankles up a bit quicker. Turn the body in the jump and arch the back. So 10 competitors per house, and then when they've all jumped, we then work out, we break them up into, we rank them into 2 groups of 3 and a group of 4, and we add up their heights, and then you compare the top 3 with all the top 3 of each other house, and then the positions 4, 5 and 6 for the house, and you compare them against 4, 5 and 6 for the other houses, and then the final 4 as well. And that way they're competing, but you're comparing them against, they're competing at a similar standard, if that makes sense, and therefore it is fair. So high jump, again, because of the weather this term, and they didn't do it at all last year, something they haven't been able to practice much over the last couple of years, but a good jump there from left terrace, Ionardis. Good spring there, good technique. And that was for Sea Kings. And that was a good jump there too. Okay, so we are still on the high jump. We're cutting now to see the long jump over on the far side of the track. And this is the seniors. 12 jumpers per house. They get 2 jumps each, and we take their best distance. And from the at the same time as this, as I said, we've got the javelin competition going on, and those are children who aren't competing in the long jump, who are competing in the javelin for their house. So tactical selections had to be made. Not everybody can do every event, of course, and hopefully everyone is doing things that they are good at and want to do. So Joe Brown jumping there, gets over in the high jump. And I think that was for Rovers. Oh, good effort in terms of technique, but just forgot the spring, just forgot the jump. Tried to do the right things, but just need a little bit more oomph. Okay, here we go with the long jump. That looks like Darcy Jones there, I think. Good timing. Needs to bring her knees up a little bit higher there, I'd say. But she'd be annoyed with me for telling her. But there's a good effort there as well from Fedora. So it looks like Arco's house are having their jumpers at the moment in the seniors long jump.
So Unisons, Ben Keynes and Ed Goff, you need to make your way down to the sports hall for the high jump, please.
Now that looks like Ben Fellows there jumping for Rovers. Good speed, he attacked the runway there. And then what he's looking for is to really jump up, because it's the height plus the speed that's going to carry you the distance. So here's Kyle. He needs to bring his knees up there. Okay, and now we're going to move to some tug of war, which is about to start. Everybody loves the tug of war. We've got Mr. Barter taking control of the competition, and Mr. Francis there holding the rope. So this is the middles tug of war. Looks like Arcos are on the right of the screen, and they're against Rovers on the near side. So we have in the tug of war 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think it's 10 competitors per house. Take the strain and they're off. So looks like Arcos might have a slight edge. They've got the momentum by the looks of things. Rovers look like they're struggling to hold. Oh, there we go. A win there. So they've got the ribbons, as you can see. One which marks the middle and one which marks where it should start for either house. And obviously they've got to pull and get across the line. So 1-0 so far to the Arcos there. And here they go, they're off again. It's a little bit slippery, so once you get momentum, it's very hard to pull back from that. So nice to see the tug of war. Hugo Stevens very happy there. Look at the Arcos, big smiles on their faces. This one, you know, there's a lot of plaudits in the tug of war. And now we've got the next middles relay, sorry, the next relay, the 4x200, which is, let's see, who have we got here? This is the seniors is off, and it's a close race. That's Sean Van Niekerk out in front. And he is so that's Rovers in the lead. And he's handed over to Tia Neal, but Tia Neal has been caught by Kieran Clark for Sea Kings. So Sea Kings have gone into the lead. Good, strong run there. And then we have Christiana Bailey for VCs in third place, I think that is. And that means Arcos in fourth at the moment. So Kieran, strong run there, and he's handing over to Toby Timlin by the looks of things, who's out in front. Now, who is he being chased by? Looks like Marcus Ho, I think, from this distance. Yeah, Marcus Ho in second for Rovers. So third and fourth is between VCs and Arcos. That's a good strong run from Toby Timlin there as he comes round into the home straight. And he's handing over to Dom Muschiali. Let's bend those arms, Dom. Gonna make you run faster. Adam Ibrahim in second for the Rovers. So I think Dom can take it easy. Cantering to victory here for Sea Kings. Can't quite see third and fourth at the moment, but third place. So Marna Zhang in fourth, I think, for Arcos. And in third place, is that Amy Wern? Ran past at such a blur, I couldn't quite see who it was. But a very good effort from the first teams there. For the seniors 4x200. And then back to the tug of war. Over there, Mr. Francis in the middle. Back to the long jump there. So the tug of war is continuing. We've got, looks like Sea Kings against Arcos there. Another jump from Ben Fellows. So good high knee lift, right. They've taken the strain and they're off. So Arcos, who were victorious in their first match, they're now competing. And it looks like this is where Arcos, they've struggled a little bit in the relays so far, but tug of war looks to be their strength. Certainly in the middles. Good, strong, powerful victory there against the Sea Kings. Mr. Francis just marshalling. Another jump there from, that's Lily Vandermeer in the seniors long jump. And so the next track event is off. It's the 4x200 for the seniors. These are the C team runners. So we have in lane one, I think that is VCs. Alfie Lulham out in front. And that's for Rovers. So Rovers are in lane 4. And in lane 3 is Arcos. That's Polly Hex on the inside. Good strong run there. Sorry, that's lane 2, I should say. That is Polly, but that's Sea Kings. And then Arcos in 3rd and VCs in 4th. So that was Phoebe Reid and Samuel Lee, I think, was first off for VCs there. So coming round, we have got in the lead Sea Kings, and that looks like Edie Edwards. Phoebe Oates chasing hard for Rovers, but being closed down by Lucy Carl for Arcos. It's close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And Isaac Lee there for VCs, who's closed some ground. But Sea Kings out in front. Ella Quigley now takes up the baton and is extending the lead for Sea Kings by the looks of things. And then it's close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. So Ella Quigley out in front. And then Bertie Kane by the looks of things in 2nd. For Rovers, that is. And Hector Lawson battling it out with, can't tell if that's Harry Jordan or Jacob Gibbs. Jacob Gibbs, I think. So it's going to be, looks like Sea Kings have got this one wrapped up. So Charlie Hewitt there, racing with Billy Hart. And Wilf Medlicott, I think. No, Harry Jordan. So maybe it was, so that's Wilf Medlicott out in front. Needs to keep it going because Charlie Hewitt is closing in fast. So that's Wilf Medlicott out in front for Sea Kings. Charlie Hewitt in second for Arcos. Good strong run there. Harry Jordan was on the last leg for VCs in third. And Billy Hart coming in fourth place for Rovers. Good race. Sea Kings never in doubt, but second, third and fourth. Changed hands a couple of times there. And here we are back to the middles tug of war. So Rovers, I think, are competing against VCs. I think that is... Yeah. So Rovers on the near side, VCs on the far side. And I have to confess, whenever I say Rovers, I always have to say it with a bit of a Bristol accent. Rovers. Purely because my father-in-law is a Bristol Rovers fan. Known as the Gasheads, of course. So now we're on to the B team runners for the seniors 4x200 metre relay. And that's a good strong start there by Max Keynes for Arcos out in front. Opened up a lead. We've got Josh Wong in second place for VCs. And then we have got Theo Hazelwood, I think, was in third place there for Sea Kings. So Archie Shakespeare now takes up the baton for Arcos, out in front, being hotly pursued by Dougie Fallon, I think, for VCs, closing the gap, but can Archie hold on? Arcos could do with the points, it has to be said, so far in the relays. Looks like they're dominating the tug of war in the middles, but in the relays, they've struggled a bit. So good strong run from Dougie. So first and second is tight. So Georgiana Pedley takes the lead, and into the lead go VCs. Victor Delaney in second. Good big stride there from Victor. Keeping in touch with Georgiana. And then third and fourth are not too far behind either. So Nevian Miles Hall is into third, and he has worked really hard. He's moving up into second, motoring through for Sea Kings. And then we've got Ben Davis in fourth place for Rovers. So this is going to be a close race. The final runners now. Georgiana Pedley hands over to Oscar Sims, but Leo Ginger, number 8 there, is in the lead. So Oscar Sims against Leo Ginger. Oscar trying to go on the outside very early on. He's not biding his time, he's going for it. And this is going to be a tight finish, I think. So VCs against Sea Kings by the looks of things. And Leo's keeping on the inside lane there, doing the sensible thing and making Oscar have to work extra hard. Third place looks like it's going to be Rovers, and I think fourth place, Dan Clark coming in there for Arcos. Good race there at the front. Leo Ginger, very sensible, didn't work too hard, just kept his line and kept the inside lane.
As soon as you finish your relay, year 7 and 8, over to the Javelin, please.
Okay, so back to the tug of war. And it looks like Rovers again, this time competing, tugging against Sea Kings. Okay, so back to the long jump pit, and Daria Popper on the run-up. We'll find out how Daria got on in a moment. Here we go. Bit of a replay. Let's see. Good jump, good technique, good landing. And I'm sure that's a good jump. The voice you sometimes hear in the background making announcements is Mrs. Veach, established announcing professional. Done many a sports day at St Andrews, going back to the late 90s, I think. I'm hoping a little bit later on to have one or two members of staff come and join me in the commentary box. And certainly at some stage I'll try and get Mrs. Veach. And in fact, I've just called Mrs. Veach over, and I may be able to have a chat with her in a moment. We've got the A-team runners for the seniors 4x200 relay. I think there's a delay because Mr. Thompson's just fired a blank. Okay, so the first runners are off, and we have got Ollie Kirtley battling it out with Rosie Hill. So a good strong run by Rosie Hill on the second lane for Sea Kings. It's quite close all round. On the inside, is that Dan Arborus for VCs? So Barney Bathard Smith, apologies, not his brother. Taking the lead for Sea Kings, and in second place George Shakespeare for Arcos. Takes over. Third place is Olive Evans for Rovers, and in fourth, I missed who's in fourth there, that is for VCs though, I think, is Harry Jordan. So good strong run by Sea Kings, who seem to be dominating the relays at the moment. Poppy Campion now in the lead, but Arcos maybe trying to close the gap in second. Not sure if yet, haven't seen the picture. Felix Bordas running for Arcos. So Poppy's going to be handing over to, who is it? Theo Hazelwood, I think, by the looks of things. Going to take up a big lead. Apple Vandermeer in third place there for Rovers. So Theo's got a bit of a lead there. On the last leg for Arcos, I think it's likely to be, that's Percy Cutler. Third place, that's Alex Pillsbury for Rovers, and then Hugo Bressard in fourth place for VCs as they come round. So that's another win for Sea Kings. So I have Mrs. Veach has joined me here in the commentary box. How are you, Mrs. Veach? Jolly good. And just whilst we've got a bit of a break after the relays there, I thought I'd start with you, since you're such an experienced member of staff. When was the first sports day that you can remember here at St Andrews? Okay. Owen? Sorry, we might have had a bit of technical trouble there. Mrs. Veach, you were just saying when you could first remember a sports day here?
Yeah, a long time ago. So,
Yeah, we can hear her now, sorry, yeah.
yeah, so it was a while ago, 95, I think probably the first one I was around for, maybe summer of 96. And as I was just saying, looking back in the programme, seeing all those children's names of records that have been held in the past, it was lovely, a bit of a sort of throwback, and it's great to see. I wonder if anyone will break one today. Maybe not quite the conditions for
No,
breaking.
probably not the best conditions today, although it is, it's still dry out here at the moment. Did they have landing mats for the high jump back then?
I think they did. It wasn't that long ago.
Fosbury flop or the Western roll?
No, Fosbury flop, definitely.
Okay, very good. And yeah, so we've got the records in the back of the programme. I'll try and sort of read out one or two of those a little bit later on. And any memorable moments that spring to mind
Oh my gosh,
over
there
the
was,
years?
yeah, I mean, recently, a couple of years ago, there was the high jump competition with Spike Gleave.
Yep.
And I remember everything sort of just stopping to watch him get higher and higher and higher, and it just seemed, and I think something similar happened with his last sports day at Eastbourne College on Friday.
Yes,
A
I think
similar
he
event.
broke the school record and did something like 1m91,
Something like that, definitely high 80s. Yeah, so that was one of the most memorable times. And there's obviously been some great runners over the time as well, some really speedy ones. And I've loved watching my kids as well.
Very
go
good,
through.
and they have been very talented.
Yeah, of course.
So, well, the real talent maybe later. I think there was some talk of a staff event.
Yeah, I've had, so many of the VC staff have wanted to run that I've had to step down from that, obviously.
Very wise.
But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Luckily, I'm not attached to a house, which helps too. Okay, so it looks like Tom Hoskinson there on the long jump, and he's actually run through the long jump pit.
Oh.
That's unusual. But, so yeah, good to see them all having a go at lots of different events. And as we keep reminding them, it doesn't matter who jumps the furthest or runs the fastest, everybody scores points for their house. But every extra centimetre, every fraction of a second off does help and score more points. So every place and every bit of effort counts. Apple van der Meer lining up now as she heads down the long jump runway. Good technique, good high knees. And I think Mrs. Jones just telling her that she was a long way behind the board there. So if she just sorted out her run up a little bit, might be able to grab an extra 20 or 30 centimetres. And Poppy Campion sets off. She's got a spring, there we go. And really reached out there, which is very good. That looks like a good distance there, good jump for Sea Kings.
There's a lot of them there about to jump.
Yeah, I think that's the juniors coming up next. The year 8s, there's a little bit of a backlog just because they had to finish off their 4x200. And a little bit of hesitation there. We'll pretend we didn't see it.
You see.
Yeah, just had it confirmed, 1m90. Spike Gleave broke the school record at Eastbourne College on Friday. And it really was an impressive event. That was also brought to you by CheersMate Productions. Okay, another good jump there from Apple. And Hugo Bressard now, good speed on the run-up. And good jump. Needs to aim a little bit more height there, I reckon. But good technique with his knees together and landing feet together.
So it looks like we're getting ready for the 4x200 metres for the middles in the middle.
Okay, lovely. Middles in the middle.
Middles in the middle, indeed. In their little quadrants they are. And that will be the last of the first sort of relays. I think there's 4x100s later, I think.
And so in talking of school records, the long jump school record for the seniors. So year 7 boys, Roman Sokolowski, 4.72 m, and that has stood since 2002. A fine effort there. And Spike Leave, he was a very talented athlete, 5.26 m in year 8 in 2016. And for the girls, the school records, year 7, Callista Morris, 4.32 m, which she set back in 2014, and Amelia Tate, 4.90 m, which she set in 2018. So as we said, conditions today may not be the best for breaking records, but we shall see.
The sea mist might clear and might dry up a bit on the floor.
Indeed. It's a bit like Cape Town, Table Mountain.
Just
I like to think. That's what I tell everybody anyway. So the juniors are just getting themselves set, ready for their long jump.
And have you talked about the tug of war in the middle that's been going on
We
as well?
have had the tug of war, yeah. Mr. Barter keeping control of the action. And that was Barney Bathard-Smith there, just leaping into the pit. And he's getting advice from his sister. I'm not sure he's going to like that very much.
Although I think she holds a record here
She
as well, doesn't she?
does
for a long
actually.
jump?
To be fair, you're probably right, so he ought to listen to her.
Yeah, she was also really impressive at the college sports day on Friday, running amazingly well. Part of their relay team, I
Absolutely.
think. Yeah, no, she's having a masterclass lesson from the Bathard-Smiths.
Yeah. Now the question is, does he actually listen to his sister? We shall find out. And I think he does.
Yeah, well
I think
done.
he does. And quite right, she holds the year 5 long jump record. 3.82 m back in 2017. Well done, Barney. There was a lesson for life there. Listen to your sister. Okay, so we're just gearing up for the first race in the middles 4x200s. So once again, each house puts out 4 teams. And I think we have Rovers in lane 1, VC's in lane 2, Sea Kings in lane 3, and Arco's in lane 4. That's what I'm expecting. So Isabel Robson-Webb on first there for Arcos. Angelina Andrada-Lee first for Sea Kings there. Tiger Wang setting off for VCs. And I think that's Hope Coburn on the inside lane for Rovers. So good strong run by Angelina there, taking the lead for Sea Kings, keeping up their strong start in today's Sports Day competition.
That's good. I've just been told that apparently Nelly has broken the year 9 record and jumped further than the seniors record at the college recently, so she really is quite jumpy.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
And I've also just heard that she is the Sussex Schools champion and holds the college, junior, inter and senior long jump records.
Ah, yeah, so he really ought to listen to her.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's got a very good agent.
Yes.
I hope her Wikipedia entry has been updated. So, good strong run by, looks like Caitlin Watson coming around to take the lead. She's gone into the lead for VCs. Hugh Clark in second for Sea Kings. And that's Freya Chisholm in third for Arcos.
That top bit's quite tricky,
And
actually.
Ben Kane's taking a good lead there.
Isn't it? Because it's slightly uphill when you
Yep.
go around the back. It's
Yep.
not as flat as it might look, and so it's quite a difficult start.
Got to work hard, high
Yeah.
knee lift.
And then obviously the other way around, it's a bit downhill
Yeah.
at the end. But
So strong run from Ben Kanes. Ella Derry in second for VCs, so Arco's in the lead. Third place, I think that must be Melody Zilemaker. And I
Yeah.
think Rovers in fourth. Darcy Cambridge, I think, or Matty Arnold actually possibly, sorry, coming round in fourth. Can't quite see from here.
Yeah, I think.
And so Eleanor May takes up the baton for Arcos. They could do with a victory here, I think, in a track event. Not had one yet. Second place, the battle is between Miles Howlett and Sally Song, I think.
And Alfie's just off on the final leg for Sea Kings. I think Sea Kings, is he Sea Kings?
Yeah, Alfie's Seeking.
Yeah.
No, Rovers,
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry, beg pardon.
So that's a win for Arcos there, their first track win so far. And this is a good battle between Miles Howlett and
Here comes
Alfie for the Rovers.
Go on, Alfie, keep going. Oh, it feels like a long way when you're on your own.
Yeah. He's not alone. He's got everybody out there with him.
Not giving up, though, is he? Great to see.
And here he comes. And
oh, well done, Alfie.
Big clap there from Miss McCollin. Well done. And we've got a few former pupils with us today from Eastbourne College who are helping out today to support with some of the logistics. Okay, so now on the Tug of War, we're into the Year 8. A very prestigious event that they all want to win.
Yeah, very hotly contested every time.
So we've got on the near side well, that was an easy victory. I think that's Sea Kings.
Yeah.
That was VCs that they defeated there, I think. So Sea Kings against VCs by the looks of things. And you're attached to a house, Mrs. V?
I am, yeah. I'm the head of VCs, so it's a bit sad to see them being thrashed quite so royally there. But anyway, have some successes in other areas, I'm sure.
You've been victorious in the King Farlow Cup a few times.
Indeed.
Okay, so next we have another team competing in the 4x200 relay. Looks like Lefteris Inardis is out in front. He is running for Sea Kings, I think.
Yes, he's definitely Sea King. Annie Lewis there for VCs.
No, Arcos, I think, isn't she?
No, she's VC.
Ah,
Definitely
VC, sorry, yes, you would know best.
I know.
Okay, so that's Angeli Powell, I think, in second. So Arush Reddy is certainly ready and willing to take up the baton in first place.
Oh, love the pun.
Angeli Powell in second for Arcos. Closely followed by Natalie Chung for VCs. So that's battling it out for second and third. And Becky Howe trying to close the gap, and I think she is successfully in fourth place for Rovers, so it's close. Hugo Stevens and Leo McAndrew trying to push them on. Ava Williams now in the lead for Sea Kings. And has opened up a little bit of a gap there. Right, thank you, Mrs. Veach.
That's
Lovely to talk to you.
Yeah, nice to see you. And yeah, well,
we shall listen out to your voice in the background.
Oh yes, dulcet tones. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
So Ava Williams in the lead. And then where have we got to? Second and third is quite close. Isabella De Braccio trying to close the gap on Anushka Birch. And then a little late surge there for the Rovers. So out in front for Sea Kings. Okay, apologies for the loss in commentary there. I think that was a victory for Sea Kings, though. So we're back. You can see there on screen the tug of war for the seniors. And that looks like Rovers on the far side. And Sea Kings on the near side. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's VCs actually. Oh, it's close. Not much in it. Alex Pillsbury trying to work. Oh, that's a victory there to VCs. Alex Pillsbury at the front there. 4 Rovers trying his hardest. Okay, so we've got the B team runners in the 4x200 now off. And Delilah Medlicott, big strong run there out in front for Sea Kings. Good start for her. Closely followed by, hard to tell. Looks like Luca Demisa on the inside for Arcos. A bit of a pattern change there. So out in front, Jessie Holgate now, I think, for Sea Kings. They've changed their order. So Jessie out in front, looks like she's going to hand the baton on in first place, and then battling it out for second. So Ed Goff now takes up the lead. Quite hard to see who's battling it out for second, but it looks like they're having a chat as they go past each other. That's Leo Wells taking the lead there from Oliver Reed right now. Georgie Gribble is now in the lead. Arcos are in third, and that's Jack Hart out in front for Rovers. So Sea Kings are in the lead. Looks like Rovers are in second and Arcos in third. So VC's in fourth at the moment. And I've just been attacked by a seagull, but I'm okay. So Georgie's going to finish first for Sea Kings. Another win for them. Jack Hart in second, Stanley Revel in third for Arcos. And VC's coming around here. Thomas Walter, I should say, coming round to finish for VCs. Well done. So there's one more 4x200 relay to do for the middles. Somebody there is finding it a little bit tough, needing a little bit of a lie down just to, or maybe it's concentration, just going through how she's going to attack the next event. Psyching herself up. There we go. Full of energy. Just realised she's got to go and take part in the tug of war. And that is, looks like that is Rovers on the far side against Sea Kings on the near side. So take strain. Shout to Mr. Barter. Okay, so the A-team runners now for the 4x200. So looks like on the outside, Bella Kinneber. On the inside, Hattie Stone. Sorry, on third place. Left Terrace, Ian Ardis on the inside, and Leo Ashford in lane 2 for Arcos. It's going to be quite close, but looks like Lefteris is going to get first place at the handover for Sea Kings. Hattie Stone will come in second for Rovers, and they can cut to the inside. So that is Lottie Hex now taking up the baton for Sea Kings. They're in the lead. Scarlett McFarlane trying to close the gap in second, and then in third and fourth that's Jacob Jones and for Arcos against Zach Cheery for VCs, battling it out for third and fourth, and it's quite close. So Lottie Hex still in the lead, and she looks like she's going to be handing it over to her brother Tom Hex. I reckon they've been practicing at home. That baton changeover was just a bit too slick. So in second place, and it's opened up a big gap now from Tom Hex. In second place, that's Diggory Sleep for Rovers, but being closed by Leo McAndrew for Arcos. And in fourth place, Jackie Zhao. So Tom Hex hands over to Oscar Swift to bring home the baton. Looks like unchallenged for Sea Kings. So the battle now is for second, third and fourth. And it looks like Eloise Garton for Arcos is racing against Luca Thurley Newton for second, but being hotly pursued by Jack Jordan. And Jack is eating up the ground in fourth place. Here he comes around the outside, and he's going to take the lead here. It's going to be close, but I think he's going to take the lead from Luca. Or is he? Is Luca going to hold on? I think Luca is just going to hold on. Good race there. So Luca held on to second place for Rovers, Jack Jordan third for VCs, and Eloise Garton in fourth for Arcos. And he's absolutely exhausted. But well worth the effort. Well done, all the middles. That completes the 4x200s relays. We do have more relays coming up later on. We have a shuttle relay, which involves everybody in each house competing for their departments. We finish with the 4x100s for the day. And we also have some sprint challenges coming up after lunch at about 3 o'clock, which these are pre-selected races. These are the only races that don't count points for the houses. They are the sprint challenges, where we've picked the fastest 7 or 8 children, boys and girls, from each year group to compete and have a special race to see who's the fastest of the year. Now, what you can see on your screen now is an event that we have called Speed Bounce. It's good for the skiers amongst us. Good technique there. Looks like Ed Goff to me. Or no, maybe it's Toby Timlin actually, because it looks like that's seniors, not middles. And high knees, side to side. He's keeping going. If you remember program Superstars, one of the best programs on TV ever, I would say. It's one of the events, I think it's one of the events they used to have. They certainly had events like it. Squat thrusts, that kind of thing, where Brian Jacks was legendary. And I had a teacher at school, my secondary school, had a teacher called Tim Crooks, who won Superstars in 1976. He was an Olympic silver medalist in rowing, in the rowing 8 of the 1976 Olympics in Montreal, I think it was. And he won Superstars. And it was always a special treat when lessons were a bit boring when he would play the video of his victory, beating Jeff Capes, and Jeff Capes having a tantrum. And who else was in the final? I think Kevin Keegan was in it, and a few other sporting stars from the sort of mid to late 70s. And there you go, you can see the scenes. That's how I describe us, as being like Table Mountain in Cape Town. Not exactly the same, but a similar effect. Interestingly, when the South African rugby team came to the World Cup in 2015 here in England, they did all their training in Eastbourne, down at Eastbourne College, in fact. And they stayed in the Grand Hotel. And then for that tournament, they presented caps. And I was lucky enough to go to the cap presentation ceremony, where the coach of the South African rugby team did a talk to Eastbourne and everybody, thanking everybody. And he did say that Eastbourne is one of the most beautiful places he's visited in the world. And quite right. In all seriousness, I think if you do come out of the Grand Hotel and you walk across the gardens there, and then you stand and you look right and you see the white cliffs of Beachy Head, and you look left and you see the pier and the sea beyond, I think it is one of the most beautiful places that there is. And to somebody who's unfamiliar with it, then fair enough for the coach of the South African rugby team to say it. Okay, so we've got the hurdles starting now, and this is the Year 3 hurdles. Lottie Fellows out in front from Jack Hawkins and Luca Aguna Eterna, and that is a win there for Lottie Fellows. So first hurdles event of the day. Well done to them. And there'll be a few more on the track now. So we have Katie Howick, Felicity Stone, Angus Clark, and Emily Murray. So Arco's in lane 1, Seeking's in lane 2, Rover's in lane 3, BC's in lane 4.
Hi.
Okay, clipped the first hurdle there from Katie, but she recovered well. Felicity Stone jumping beautifully there, taking victory. Very close call, not quite sure from this angle. Oh, Katie has been given second place, Angus third, and Emily in fourth. I think hurdles is one of my favourite events, has to be said, when done well. So next on the track, oh, good speed here from Yakub Bashir. Getting over those like they're not there. Saskia Elliott, second place, battling it out with Charlie Walter. Again, not quite sure who got second.
So remember, seniors, if you miss your long
But
jump,
Yakub
do
Bashir
make
off to
your
a great start there.
sounds good now, where Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Pinch will do that long jump for you.
And who gets second? I think Saskia holds on there. The second. Good slow-mo replay there. Almost needed the Chariot to Fire music for that one. Okay, Ben Faulkner off to a good start. That's good technique there. Very good technique. Switching legs to prove that he can do it. Excellent work. I think Joe Cornford took second. George Crawford battling it out, I think third. Yeah, and then didn't quite catch. Gianna Williams was in fourth. So in the final race,
I crossed him. I was at least 2 meters behind.
oh, nearly went there. Eager to go, Thomas Price there, and Patrick Watmuff. And they're off. And Charlotte Miller, so Patrick and Thomas battling it out. This is going to be a close race. Who's going to get there? Oh, I thought Thomas was going to edge it, but then I think Patrick might have come back. I'm not sure. Have to wait and see what the judges adjudicate there. Charlotte Miller, good technique as well. So there's a dip there, but then there may be another dip back. We'll have to see. I think wily old Mr. Lawton will sort that one out. He was standing there in line. And I'm still not certain of the result there, but they all seem happy. They've all got smiles on their faces. Okay, so now we go straight into the year 4 hurdles. This is the 55-meter hurdles. And in this race, we've got Evie Smith, Ruben Coburn, and Lila Tollett-Cooper. And there you can see some of the senior athletes just in between events, refueling. And Mr. Kamashi, one of the key members of the sports department. And a good, strong run here from Ruben Coburn out in front. Lila coming back to snatch second, and Evie Smith in third. So well done to Ruben there. And hopefully some great action shots being taken by one of our photographers. And there, Ruben looking very pleased with himself after that victory. Okay, so another hurdles race coming up, and what we've got here is Felix Harris and George Barnes and Georgia DeBraccio, and I think that's Sydney Jenkins. Looks like George is going to take it. And I think Sydney second, and George Barnes third, and Felix finishing in fourth.
If you're in the hurdles, you need to start top of the hurdle straight. So year 5 hurdles and year 7 lunch.
So, good technique there, good strong finish, reaching for the line. Well done, Georgia, for Rovers. And there's the middles, got a bit of a pack lunch. Oh, full start there, full start. The gun's going again. Mr. Thompson is firing his gun, but they're not stopping. They are now. There's Mr. Thompson. Once again, didn't seem to be listening to him. And there is the sports department. Mr. Gamashi, as I said, with a tan that's straight from the Love Island. Okay, so we've got Zoe May Ambler and Isaac Furley and Clark Campbell. Take 2, so we're off again. This is a good race between Clark and Isaac. Oh, bit of a stumble, might have handed it to Isaac, just taking victory there for Sea Kings. And Zoe May in 3rd. It was looking good for Clark, and then a little bit of a stumble there, which was a shame. Finished off well though, but Isaac just snatching momentum and taking victory. And there's Mrs. Murray on screen there, who's organised the whole thing today, and hopefully later be able to find an opportunity to thank her properly. And for the children particularly to be able to say thank you. Okay, so Telvin Chamari, B. Gribble, we've got Josh Deckett on the near side, he's gone off very well, and Saskia Wells in lane 2. So Josh Deckett wins that for VCs. B. Gribble 2nd for Sea Kings. And I think Saskia comes into 3rd place for Rovers, and Telvin in 4th for Arcos. And that's also what Sports Day is about. Camaraderie, bit of sharing a bit of time, having a bit of a chat, giving each other a bit of advice and encouragement. Okay, so this is, who's that? Seb Popper, I think, out in front in his close race. Christopher Sen-Gupta is just snatching victory there for Rovers. That was a good close race. They were battling it out there, and then Henry Swift there in 3rd. And he's looking up at the camera. Well done, Seb. Pleased with himself. That's it. Well done. Almost on cue. Now, I've beckoned over Mr. Shooksmith. He's going to come and join us after this race to explain something to you all. So Rafe Roberts out in front. Darcy Jenkins pushing him hard, though. And that's a good close race 2nd, and Jessie Fellows 3rd. And then that was Keely Morales in 4th. Oh, they're so happy, they're running off. And Jessie's having a good look up at the screen. Hope Darcy's all right. We'll go and check to see that she is. Okay, so now, Mr. Shooksmith has just joined us. He's come away from the scoring box, where, you know, as the two, Mrs. Kemp and Mr. Shooksmith, two preeminent mathematicians in the school have been working out the scores. And it is quite a complicated scoring system, but they've been working out the scores. We'll get an update later, but I thought it'd be nice for Mr. Shuttle to explain a little bit about the houses and the history of the houses. So over to you, Mr. Shuttle.
Okay, thank you. So we have 4 houses at St Andrews. They are Arcos, Rovers, Sea Kings and VCs. And they are all named after former members of staff who had something to do with them. So Arcos is named after a Mr. S.J. Taylor, who was the school organist. And as the school organist, he had a qualification which made him a member of an associate of the Royal College of Organists. So the acronym for that is ARCO, and that is where the name Arcos comes from. Mr. Barter is the current house leader of Arcos. Rovers was named after Mr. Franklin, who was an Uppingham Rover. So he used to play cricket for the Uppingham Old Boys team. So that's where the name Rovers comes from. And that is currently led by Mrs. Garbett. That's Rovers. Sea Kings, I don't know much about him, but it's named after a Mr. C. Kingdom. So Mr. C. Kingdom.
Charles, I think his name was.
Charles Kingdom. Sea Kings is named after him, and that's currently led by Miss Lunsfield. And last but not least, VCs gets its name from Mr. Vincent Conway. So his initials VC gives us VCs, and VCs are currently led by Mrs. Veach. So currently the overall standings at the moment are that Arcos are in 4th place, VCs in 3rd place, Rovers in 2nd, and Sea Kings out in the lead.
Yes, Sea Kings have had a very strong start to the relays, that's for sure. I think Arcos haven't, but where Arcos have done well, we can see them on screen right now, in fact, is the Tug of War. This is year 7 we've moved on to now. And we can see, yeah, look, Arcos, I don't know what they've been doing. Maybe Mr. Barter put out a message about what to eat last night and this morning, because they certainly seem to be dominating the Tug of War in the various year groups.
Any year 7s who haven't got their lunch, you need to go and do that now, please. So year 7s, you need to make sure you've got your lunch. Year 6, you're going in 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, year 6. Please don't go before.
So thank you to Mr. Shuttle there for that update. I hope that's given you a little bit more information about each house. Back on track in a moment, we have got the 55-meter relays, hurdles, I should say. We're still with the Tug of War at the moment. That's Sea Kings against VCs by the looks of things. Looks like we've got the year 5 hurdles just starting now. And so they're off. We'll bring some pictures. There we go. So that's Azan Khan. Looks like he's going to take the lead from Freya Walton for Arcos in 2nd, Alfie Ashby Gorman, and then Bede Whitecross in 4th place. Now in the year 3 hurdles competition overall, in 1st place in that competition was Rovers, 2nd place was VCs, third place was Arcos, and Sea Kings were fourth overall. Now, next race, Year 5 hurdles. We've got Poppy Ward, who's taken the lead there from Freya Chisholm on the far side. Ava Kashani looks to be in third place. Oh, it's quite close, Freya coming back, but looks like Poppy Ward just takes victory there. And I think Ella Derry in fourth. Now, in the juniors long jump competition, VCs won that competition, Sea Kings were second, Rovers were third, and Arcos were fourth. In the seniors Javelin competition, first were Rovers, second were Sea Kings, third were VCs, and Arcos were fourth. Okay, so now we have got Thomas Walter, Dakota Kane, Georgie Gribble, and Ben Kane's out in front. He's going to canter to victory here. And so he takes victory there. Good close race. Looks like, oh, not sure. Dakota may have dipped there and taken second place, but close with Thomas. In the 4x200 relays for the seniors, Sea Kings were out in front there. Arcos gained second place, and VCs and Rovers third equal. And then in the middles 4x200, Sea Kings also won that one. Arcos second, just Rovers were third, and VCs finished in fourth place in that one. And then in the year 4 hurdles, first place were VCs just ahead of Sea Kings, Rovers third, and Arcos in fourth. So we've got Lottie Hex out in front here, and Hayden Della second, Erin Hillier in third, and Teo Bailey in fourth. And then the juniors 4x200, I don't think I've read this out yet. First place was Rovers, second place was Sea Kings, third place were VCs, and fourth place were Arcos. So that brings you up to date with how the houses have done so far. You can see the tug of war still going, and that was a strong pull there. I think that is VCs at this near side. Rovers don't look happy there. Not sure. Some of them might say that they weren't quite ready for that, but we'll have to see. So this is Luca Demisa against Lefteris Ionadis. Harry Emerson, and Lefteris is out in front there. And good strong victory. Thanks. Good win there. Lefteris, well done Harry in second, and Luca in third. There's Javelin, being carried by Emma Lewis, a returning old girl to come and help out, and the May on it. So Jacob Jones, Tom Hex, Felix Ford on the near side. Tom Hex looks like going to take victory here for Sea Kings. Jacob Jones in second for Arcos. Felix, no, who's that who came through? Max Vandermeer, sorry, came through into third, and Felix Ford in fourth. Oh, bit of a slip from Max there. It's a shame because he came back well. He gets up though. Good lesson in life, always keep going, and he comes back. And a good technique actually from Max as he comes through. Shame, probably would have been a very close race up the front there. throw from Jessie Holgate on the javelin there. Needs a little bit more momentum, a bit more follow through on the javelin there. And, you know, nice little celebration after the throw. I think she's learnt that one from her dad. Okay, VCs, they look like they might be dominating, actually, in the Year 7 Tug of War. Okay, so now I've been joined in the commentary box by the main woman, Mrs. Murray.
Then. Hello, everybody at home. This is just fantastic, isn't it? I'm so relieved we can go ahead with a full schedule.
Well, you've done a brilliant job, and everything at the moment is going well. Never want to speak too soon. You can see all the seagulls are coming in. They can see the children's packed lunches, and when they're not looking, when they're doing the tug of war, I think they can sneak away with some of their food.
I didn't have that in my risk assessment, I'll be honest with you. So the tug of war here, which rig have we got?
I think we've had Year 7, that was Arcos, I think, against VCs, and VCs were dominating.
Glad we got the tug of war going. I mean, that's the main event at Sports Day, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a lot of people, that's what they do Sports Day for. So I'm really, really pleased we got that one going.
Oh, Freya Walton, I think, in the javelin.
Yeah.
A good effort. Bring that arm through nice and quick. It's a very difficult thing to master, the javelin. Needs to keep the arm nice and high and then bring it through nice and quick. Now, speed bounce, that's one you don't see in every sports day.
Yeah, it's just a little addition, really. Just to, again, it's all about agility and obviously the jumping, and just something extra for a lot of the children who are not so confident at doing long jump or triple jump, but to still sort of test their agility.
And this is, I think that's Bella Kinniber there doing very good technique. Feet together and over, and Isabella De Braccio as well.
Quite good when they do a bit of a twist of the hips. They get over a bit quicker, so that's one to look out for. So far we've got sort of over 70, 80 on the speed bounce, which is quite a good score in 30 seconds.
I can hear lots of screams coming from the tug of war. Really does excite the adrenaline, you know, get the adrenaline pumping, and a lot of nervous energy is used up in the tug of war. So who have we got? Looks like Rovers at the near side, and that's Sea Kings, I think, far end. Easy victory for them by the looks of things. Back to the speed bounce. So Freya's gone straight from the javelin there and straight into speed bounce.
Oh, no throw there, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, do you want to just explain why that wouldn't be counted as a throw?
So as the javelin sort of travels through the air, if the shorter thin end, the back end of the javelin lands first, then that'll be a no throw, just as we've just seen there as well. And
if the front half of it lands, it doesn't have to stick in, but that counts.
Yeah.
And if it lands flat?
Well, that all comes down to judging, doesn't it, on the side?
We know how kind Mr. Pinch is. I'm sure he'll be generous today.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Again, you know, with everything, I don't know, somebody seems to have got stuck on the rope there. Desperate.
Ben Davis then, upside down.
They're so attached to the rope, they can't bear to lose, even if they get dragged along with it. This is Bede Whitecross. Big throw there, needs a little bit more oomph, I reckon, to push that through. Or, as one of the bus drivers likes to say, give it some beef.
Give it some beef, Bede.
Yes, indeed. So, a little bit of changeover in the Year 7 tug of war there.
They're having a little bit of a rest on the track, so it's quite nice, actually. We can focus a bit more on the field events.
Oh, and a seagull. They are circling because they know that there's been some food, some takings out here that they could keep their eye on. Just having a look. Now, we haven't seen much of the high jump for a while, but we've got Jack Kirtley, by the looks of it. Oh, unlucky. Slightly started to lean into his technique before he took off, and he's got to really jump up first and then go into his sort of his transition. And this looks like left terrace. Ionardis for Sea Kings. Coming round.
Nice fast run up.
Oh, yeah, not so sure about that technique
taken
there.
off on the wrong foot there,
Yeah.
so it's actually coming over in the wrong way.
He was going for the old Western roll.
Yeah. Have you seen many scissor kicks?
We've seen a few.
Have you?
We've seen a few.
We do sort of teach that initially as they start to learn the high jump, just to really drum home the correct takeoff leg.
Oh, that was close. That was
Good.
better from Jack there, because he started to take off, but then again he still leaned a little bit too early, so his momentum is not going up, it's going into the bar. So technique wise, you want to, as you're taking off, you want to drive your knee across your body, and that will help you to turn, and then you arch. Got to be going up.
That transferring that speed, isn't it, into that
Yeah.
upward momentum. Bending those knees just as they're about to take off to really transfer it upwards.
Yeah. Oh, I've got another update for you. The Year 5 hurdles results. Close, actually, but winning that one was Sea Kings, closely followed by Arcos, Rovers 3rd, and VCs in 4th for the Year 5 55-metre hurdles event. So we've got Tom Hex and Jacob Jones here. Not quite sure what the height is, but it looks pretty good. And that's Jake. Good
Well done,
technique and a
Jacob.
little bit of a personal celebration there, like that. Oh, are still moving, yeah. So as you bring your knees up, you've got to remember to bring your ankles up nice and quickly as well. So it's about the speed at which you do that. Oh, that's unlucky.
there.
That's a good jump. I think it was his bottom that slightly knocked that one. Just needed to arch his back a little bit quicker. And we've got Max van der Meer.
Max van der Meer's coming.
I reckon he's got some spring.
We're just down to this last three then.
Looks like it.
Oh.
Oh, we're just pulled away there. Might get a replay on the high jump there in a minute.
Sorry, cock up.
Back to Tom. And that was a
Oh, well
very
done,
good
Tom.
jump. Good height, real determination, and he brought his ankles up much more quickly that time. I reckon Max didn't do it before, so this is him attempt again. Oh,
unlucky there,
dear.
Max.
That's
Okay.
and nice to see the other two competitors running over to check he's all right as well. Sure he is. So this was Tom again, coming in as he comes round,
Bringing his
and he
leading arm
brings
up
his
as well.
knee up. That's good. Good work with his front arm there to drive up. Good technique.
Okay, I'll go back there when the other guy out of the shot top.
So you can see how the field is set up there, and everything is spread out over on the far side. You can't quite see it out of shot. On the left is the long jump. We've still got a few people jumping over there. You can see where the hurdles is starting. The next event on the track is going to be the Year 6 hurdles, and we've had to adjust the height because it's going to be the 70-metre hurdles next for Year 6, so they do a little bit further. And I think Max looks all right. He's a tough cookie, is Max.
He is.
He won't let a little slip like that stop him from competing.
Come on, Max, you can do it. Oh,
Unlucky. And I think that was his arm actually that brought that down, because I think height-wise he probably had it, but his arm came down onto the bar. There. So yeah,
He's
got to
his
really
hips
drive
a
up.
little bit more, doesn't he?
And there we go, there we go. He did it. Well done, Max.
Lovely.
And good effort. And he's pleased with himself. Here we go. So replay of that jump there. And he comes in. Much better spring that time. And there we go. Well done. And big cheer in the background there. Tom Hex jumping up, celebrating just as much as Max himself. So, looks like
Poppy
Poppy's
Ward.
here, Poppy Ward involved. And, oh, so good natural spring there. Probably needed a little bit more speed just to attack it. Possibly also took off on the wrong leg, I think.
Yeah, I think that just sort of hindered her being able to turn in the air.
Yeah. So if she's coming from this side, she wants to take off with the left leg, drive her right leg across her body as she takes off. That's better. That was better technique there.
Good try, Poppy.
Here we go. Getting the hang of it now. I think this is a replay of before. Yeah.
She just needs to work on getting those hips up and that leading arm up as well, which helps bring the rest of the body up. A good height.
Oh, oh, that was so close. She did it. I think, again, that's the example of bringing your ankles up nice and quickly, because it was her ankle that caught it right at the end, which is a shame. So she'd gone over. Good, much better technique, because she turned her body as well, and then her ankle, or maybe it was her shoulder, but then the ankle just catches it, which is a real shame. So now the height's going up again.
Into the business ends now, aren't we?
Yeah. It looks like Jacob Jones maybe up first. Mentally preparing himself by the looks of things. Adjusting the hair.
This is really good from the Year 5s because we haven't had much practice with the high jump recently.
Yeah. The weather's not been very good, has it? Not been very kind.
Event.
Okay.
Sorting out the scores.
And he's over, yeah.
Done, Jacob.
Comes in.
Speed.
Jumps. Yeah, so he's got good technique lower half. What he needs to do for those slightly higher ones, he's going to have to jump up first before he starts to transition. And that's a good spring again, and again it's the ankle. He's got to bring that ankle up nice and quickly, and then I think he'll be able to clear that easily. Yeah, is this the replay? So good natural spring, good jump. He's over, and then it's his ankle there that just knocks it. Just got to work really hard with those knees, so it's core strength. Bring your knees up nice and quickly, and then ankles up as well. And there you go, he did it that time. Good, and I love the celebrations in the background from everybody, no matter what house they're in, which is great. So here's Max. More unlucky.
A good spring there, just hesitated a little bit, didn't he, as he was coming in.
Yeah.
A lot of different elements to the high jump, so it's quite tricky to put it all together at the right time.
And that was jumping into it that time.
That was me bringing you all up to speed.
Oh, okay. So what we're looking at here is some replays from previous attempts.
Now.
Yeah. So Max, I think that might have been his last jump in the competitions. We're down to just the last couple. By the looks of things, maybe just Jacob Jones and Tom Hex left in the competition.
Can't work out if the girls are warming up in the background or they're just there for support.
I think they're just cheering.
Yeah, really good. Come on, Jacob. Oh, unlucky.
Oh, bit of a knock there.
Yeah.
So that's he's got to jump up. He's got to get that arm up. The bottom half is good, technique-wise.
Yeah, it's just that leading arm, isn't it? And transitioning into the upward momentum.
And here's Tom. Now I reckon he's got the spring to do this.
Oh,
He's got he's the opposite. He's got the arm technique and the spring, but it's these
lower legs.
yeah. Got to work hard to drive those hips up. So when you're taking off, you've got to push your hips up.
They're both showing a lot of potential for the future, though, aren't they?
That was close that time.
Back
And
live.
this is live again now. And there we go. Tom's
Yay,
over.
Well done, Tom.
Yeah, good technique. So. So this is the replay of Tom's jump just now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good technique there.
Ankles came up nice and quickly that time.
And that's Jake. I think that was his jump. I think he's just knocked it off. So I think that probably means. So we'll just have a look at the replay. Oh, that was close that time.
That was.
But I think that probably means that Tom has won overall. Tom Hex, Jacob Jones in second.
Yeah.
So good competition.
Is he going to go up higher?
Looks like they're going to take it up a height. The school record for the boys in year 5, the high jump. I'm not sure.
No, it is a relatively new event.
Try and get that to you, but here we go. Here's Tom.
Done it for years and year 6.
Oh, that's close.
Oh, lucky. But as I said, a relatively new event, sort of into the sports day for year 5.
At the Nationals, which starts at year 6, the record is about 1.50 m,
Wow.
which is very impressive. A good year 5 jumper will be doing sort of 1.20 m. I mean, a very good year 5 jumper will be doing sort of 1.20 m and above. So I would expect this to be something like 1.15 m, perhaps 1.20 m. We'll try and find out what height they're on at some point.
His third jump.
Come on, Tom. And unlucky. But I think that probably concludes the year 5 high jump now, and a really good competition it was. Here we go, just final replay. Attacking it with speed, just couldn't quite arch his back quickly enough to get over. But excellent
event.
competition. And we're back on over on the long jump pit now. Let's see, what are we on? It's probably just a few finishing off some long jump competitions. It's a little bit of a pause at the moment in proceedings whilst 1 or 2 people refuel themselves for lunch.
What was your event in athletics, your main event, Mr. Jones?
When I was at school, sort of this age, hurdles was always my favourite
Really?
event. Yeah, no, I really used to love doing the hurdles. Senior school, didn't do athletics quite so much, actually, I have to admit, but I've always loved athletics, and my first job, I really got into coaching a lot of athletics, and used to organise one of the regional qualifiers, the Mercia region, which is sort of stretches from Oxfordshire.
Got some shout outs here for apples.
Yeah, so one of the regions for the prep schools national finals, which sadly couldn't take place last year and hasn't been able to take place this year. But I'm sure it'll be back on the schedule for next year. It is the event that took place at Hurst. That is normally a qualifier for the national finals. Couldn't be the case this year, but so I used to organise one of those sort of regional events for about 30 schools, and I just used to love it. And I've always been a fanatic of the Olympics, and memorising pointless records and
Yeah.
things.
We did a lot of athletics in senior school, but not so much in the junior school where I went to school in Hertfordshire. And my event was actually, believe it or not, the discus.
Oh,
I think I held the school record for about 15 years.
okay. And how far can you remember?
It was 18 metres 70. So it was when I was in year 8.
Okay.
So I still remember that today. Gutted when somebody got that over me.
Very difficult event, the discus.
Mm. Yeah, it's a shame really we can't sort of offer it too much more now. You need to have a discus cage
Yeah.
nowadays to sort of even teach it really. Especially on the sports day, you need to have it
Yeah.
fully caged
So of course,
in.
yeah, we're not doing that today, but that's why we've introduced things like speed bounce, isn't it, to give another event. And here we've got the demonstration cartwheel team. Almost
Got the year 5
synchronized.
girls.
They've been
Yeah.
working on their own display. Maybe that will be a feature for next year's event, perhaps. And have a staff competition as well.
Cartwheeling around the track.
Yeah.
Got the staff relay coming up. Have you mentioned that?
I've
to the viewers
mentioned
at
it.
home?
I didn't want to give away too much. Didn't want to
Go into
send our
detail.
viewers into a frenzy of excitement. Because I'm not actually sure who's taking part.
I think the teams might be changing last minute
Okay.
as well.
Yeah,
We
there's
had
a
a couple of members
few
of
tweaked
staff.
hamstrings already this afternoon.
Yes, exactly.
We'll just have to wait for that one and be a nice surprise.
It seems to be brightening up a little bit as well.
Yep. There's there were a few droplets, I thought, earlier on, but so we've got a break in proceedings now, I think, have we, for lunch, just
Yeah.
whilst we have some pictures. Okay. Well, thank you, Mrs. Murray.
Thank you for having me, and you're doing a great job. Natural Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much.
Having your best day. And goodbye, everybody at home, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, look,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Probably is a good opportunity to say thank you to you for the organising. It's a brilliant day. Everybody, involved, very inclusive, and hopefully people who are watching at home can appreciate it almost as much as if you were here on site.
Thank you. It is a real team effort. We wouldn't be able to have this sort of sports day, all the year groups out at once, really, without all the staff involved. So thank you.
Now
on
that is a
behalf
good
of
cartwheel
all of
there.
them. That was really good. Who was that, Erin?
Erin Hillier, by listeners. Yeah. So thank you anyway.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Jones.
collecting in the javelins there.
my... Hello.
Lovely. We're going for a firm four. You right, darling?
But can I kick back? I go first.
just going to make an event up.
Okay, so back on screen, and I've been joined by what was your nickname? The Motivator during the lockdown learning?
Yeah, Mr. Motivator.
Okay, so Mr. Thompson, also known as Mr. Motivator, to talk about his athletic background.
Well, just before I do, did we break for the shipping forecast there, Mr. Jones?
We
or?
did, yeah. Hopefully everyone at home picked up on that.
Yeah. It does actually feel like we're having a stint in the TMS box, actually, with my cricket hat on, sort of lunchtime. Some of the staff have brought cakes in, plenty of cheese rolls around, ham rolls. But yeah, getting back to my sporting sort of discipline in the athletics, I was very much a thrower. Shot put and javelin. I didn't really like the track too much. You know, sometimes I do the sort of 50-meter beanbag relay. And, you know, if my house were ever really short, I'd sort of run in the 100-meter relay. But sadly, I think I'm actually competing in the staff relay this afternoon. So I must leave in a minute and prepare myself mentally and physically. And also, I've got to start the races.
Okay. And you're the first person to confirm their entry into the staff relay. Are you hopeful of a Sea Kings victory?
Quietly confident. I think, you know, I don't want to give away too much at the moment, but me and Mr. Gamashi, and we're eagerly trying to recruit a couple of other members of the Sea Kings staff to support us. Otherwise, we'll be end up running sort of 200 meters each, which might be difficult.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah. And anyway, how's it been over here in the commentary?
It's been very good fun, actually, being able to see what's going on and give some updates to the viewers at home. And so athletics perhaps was not your main sport at school. Cricket, of course.
Yeah, played a lot of cricket. I mean, a lot of football, a lot of rugby. Yeah, just all sports. Just love getting involved. And I think that's the great thing about this school, isn't it? The kids just have a go at everything. You know, even shooting with Mr. Lawton. It's brilliant. It's just interesting here, isn't it? You can tell we're on the south coast because you've got the seagulls are now descending upon the field. They've obviously spotted the packed lunches.
Yep.
And so the children are going to have to be aware of that. Otherwise, the seagulls are going to have a field day.
Yeah, quick while no one's looking. They think they can get in there.
Oh, I think I'm actually being called now to go and start. So I need to go and get my pistol, and I shall restart the races.
And get ready. Mrs. Murray has called you. Right, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Keep up the good work. So he's going to head over to the start of the hurdles for Year 6 hurdles. It's coming up to 5-1, so we're back on track with the program. So we have 6 children per house in the hurdles in the Year 6. Or 5, depending on what numbers they have. And we're also, you might catch a glimpse of the Year 8 speed bounce starting up fairly soon as well. 8 people per house from the seniors. And then not long after that, we'll have the juniors tug of war as well. There we go. Apple Vandermeer on the speed bounce. Good technique. Quite exhausting, the speed bounce, actually. But as I said earlier, if you're a skier, it's a good one. And you can see the other seniors just mentally preparing themselves. Who's that? I think that's Chloe Williams on there. Good technique. Keeping it going. And I can see the juniors, they're out of shot from you, but they're making their way around to the tug of war area, and we've got the hurdlers on track. You can see Eleanor May on the left of your screen, Isabella De Braccio in the middle, and Matthew Murray on the near side for VCs. And most of them will have had their lunch now and should be refueled and ready to go. Just checking we've got everybody in the right place, and they're off. So this is the 70-meter hurdles. And Isabella De Braccio out in front. Again, hurdles is one of these events where they just won't have been able to do much practice over the last couple of seasons, really. Last year, of course, no one. This year, the weather has just not been kind to us for sport. I think that's Phoebe Reid on the speed bounce. Good technique. Knees together, ankles together, feet together, landing together. So well done, those three. Next up, okay, so next onto the hurdles track, we have got Anushka Birch, Isla Cook-DePaul, Joe Brown, and Zach Cheery. Oh, full start. Got to pull them back. Full start there. Mr. Thompson had to fire his gun twice.
Those children in year 7 taking part in the hurdles, you need to make your way to the end of the hurdle straight, please. So year 7 hurdlers.
So take 2 on the track, and they're off this time. So Zach, oh, that's unlucky because Zach was off to a good start there. And he slips, so Joe Brown in the lead at the moment. Zach's coming back though. Is he going to have enough time to catch them? So Joe Brown wins. Zach in second, Isla in third, and Anushka in fourth. So Zach got off to a really good start, but almost his speed and momentum was just a bit too much, so he slightly lost his footing, slightly overbalanced as he came into that, or out of that first hurdle. The temptation with the hurdles is the children always jump too high, and they don't need to. The less time you spend in the air, the quicker you're going to be in touch with the track, and the quicker you will be. So here we have got Adlai on the left, Miles, Jack, and Ash. So it's quite close. I think Jack just in the lead, closely followed by Adlai and Ash. So Jack Hart's going to win it, Adlai in second, Ash in third, and Miles in fourth. Now, an update on the middles high jump competition. As I said earlier, it was won by Tom Hex, 1.16 m he did, which I thought it was about that. Very good jump. Second, Jacob Jones, 1.13 m. And that was matched by Leo McAndrew. And actually, sorry, we missed one earlier, which was Jack Jordan also did 1.16 m from year 6. So back on the track, Hattie Stone looks like she's going to win. Jackie Zhao second, Ava Williams in third, and Hugo Stevens in fourth. But in the middles high jump overall, then results very close. Arcos scored 37 points overall and won. Sea Kings and VC second scored 36 points overall, and Rovers in fourth place on 28. You can see the Arcos looking like they're going to pull to victory in the junior tug of war. Just started against Rovers by the looks of things. And then in the middles javelin competition, first place for Sea Kings, second place for Rovers, third place VCs and fourth place Arcos. So in this hurdles competition, we've got Leo McAndrew, Ed Goff, Scarlett McFarlane, and Bella Kinniber. Now this is quite close, and I think Leo McAndrew is just going to win it, just ahead of Scarlett, and then Bella and Ed in fourth. A little bit annoyed with himself, but that was actually a very fast race, very close. Shouldn't be annoyed with himself, of course. So well done, Leo. And back to the tug of war. Arcos on the near side, the left of your screen, and Rovers on the right-hand side. So Eloise Garton on the left. Oscar Swift second, Luca Thurley-Newton and Jack Jordan on the near side. Again, another close race. Okay, Jack Jordan's going to win it. I think Eloise Garton in second. What I liked about Eloise was she was really trying to get the footwork correct, so taking the right number of steps, really trying to reach out. Sort of 5 steps between each hurdle, but Jack, his natural speed between the hurdles is what saw him to victory. And then Oscar, I think, takes third, and Luca in fourth, but close.
Year 8, could you go and get your lunch, please? So year 8, lunch, unless you're competing.
Mr. Mackie Savage and Mrs. Rayburn giving some the benefit of their tug of war experience there, looking on. Years of experience between the two of them. So it looks like this is 1-1 at the moment, Rovers versus Arcos, and this will be the decider in the tug of war. So this is close between Arcos and Rovers. Looks like Rovers got the nudge on, and Arcos are going to struggle to hold on here because it's 1-1 in this competition. It's very close, but looks like Arcos may be pulling back a bit now. So this is a tough contest. Now Arcos, one of them slips. That doesn't help. But now they're pulling back. Now Arcos pulling back again. Got to work together. Rovers have slipped now as well. Who's going to get it? Gone one way, then the other. And it looks like Arcos did get the victory in the end there. So they persevered, showed some resilience, and they got there in the end. So I think they won that 2-1, that bout. Very good. Okay, so slight delay on the hurdles, it seems. Possibly due to just trying to finish off this next tug of war contest. Mr. Barter just checking that one house isn't overloaded with more pullers than they should. Some of these house leaders, they'll try every trick in the book. So this is VCs versus Sea Kings by the looks of things. And so results of the Year 6 hurdles competition. First place were Rovers, second place were VCs, third place were Arcos, and fourth place were Sea Kings. So the tug of war's continuing there, and I've just been joined by member of staff, but also old Androvian, Mr. Haggis, who's going to come and talk. Well, let's ask him how he is first of all. How are you, Mr.
Very
Haggis?
well, thank you. Very well.
And what have you been doing this morning so far?
I have had the pleasure of looking after the Year 8s and keeping them in their bubble.
Okay, okay. Good luck with that one. And
Yeah,
have they been good?
They've been very good. They've all just gone to get their lunch. One or two are doing the speed bounce.
Okay.
But looking forward to the slightly faster races later on in the afternoon.
So here we have the Year 7 hurdlers. Georgiana Pedley taking the lead. Dan Carew started well, a little bit of a slip, but he gets second. Felix McAndrew there in third, and Fraser Hunt in fourth place. So we've moved on to the Year 7 hurdles contest now. So this is still 70-metre hurdles. So well done to them.
Back to the tug of war.
Yeah. We've got, this is VCs on the right-hand side against Sea Kings on the left. Good contest just now we had between Arcos and Rovers. Now, you're attached to a house, Mr. Haggis?
I am. I'm attached to Rovers.
Okay.
Rovers.
And that's because you were in Rovers as a child?
No, actually, I was in one of the few houses that didn't make the cut. I was in a house called Nomads.
Okay, so we used to have about 14 or 15 houses, did we? Or sets, as they were called.
Yep.
And then it was sort of taken down to 4 of them.
Yep.
Or did the house system go and then it was brought back? It was revived.
Yeah,
Is
we
that
had
right?
probably 5 or 6 years without a house system, maybe slightly longer, and now it's brought back.
Okay, but they selected 4 of the original houses and not the others. So yours was the recurrers, did you say?
Nomads.
Nomads.
And
Okay.
I remember doing tug of war. I think we won in my final year.
Okay. Glad to hear it. So now we have more Year 7. So we've got Hector Lawson on the far side, Harrison Nye. Who's that in third? That's Sophie Emerson and Mark McKee on the near side. So Hector out in front for Arcos. Eyes front, Hector, well done. And Mark McKee second, Harrison third, and I think Sophie in fourth. Good race. Well done. Tug of war, was that the highlight of your sports day career?
It's possibly as good as I got on that day.
Okay. And any other memorable highlights from your St Andrews sports days of the past?
I can't admit to being the quickest of runners. I think I was probably the one who was sort of left to do a bit of the long jump and high jump. I was reasonably tall for my age, so high jump wasn't too bad.
Okay. Well, speed of brain, perhaps?
Yes, I'd like to think so.
Okay, good. So next on to track, Felix Bordas on the left there, Toby Timlin, Lily Vandermeer and Rory Ford, I think, on the near side for VCs. So here they go. There's a bit of a distance to that first hurdle, so they really have to attack it if they can. Felix looks like he's just got the edge, but Toby maybe. Quick feet between the hurdles, going to be a tight finish. Who's going to dip? Oh, that's, from this angle, a little bit too tricky to tell, I think. I think maybe Felix just edged it. Mrs. Shepherd certainly will make sure that the right result is written down. The boys seem happy with each other anyway, so there's nothing lost in that rivalry. And
Year 8 hurdlers. Year 8 hurdlers. You need to come and get yourselves ready, please.
wow, that's Mrs. Veach, that was very loud. Nearly knocked me off my chair. So yeah, in your sports days of the past, was it very different or similar to today?
We had it held on the last day of term, so we would have the headmaster sort of assembly and prize giving in the morning, and then everybody would come out onto the field. Parents would be here, cars parked around the field. You'd have your packed lunch, not provided by the school. The parents used to bring things for you.
Yeah.
And it would go on till probably about 5 or 6 o'clock.
Okay, here's Dougie Fallon going into A big lead here, and he looks like he's going to win for VCs. Good technique, both feet. I think that's Daisy Abbott there second, Cece Field in third, and Connor Morell in fourth. But Dougie, yeah, good technique there, out in front, good speed. Switching legs, which is probably not what you would normally... Oh no, he's left... Yeah, switching a little bit there, but that's fine. He's able to do it. The key is, you know, if you can just open up your stride a little bit more, so when you take off, don't go too high, and you're driving low and fast, so you push away from the hurdle as you go over it. So this I think might be the last of the races. So Peter Miller far left, Edie Edwards, Ben Davis, and Zach Perry. Okay, Ben. Oh, Ben. So he needs to open up his stride. He's big enough to be able to do it. And Zach Perry is trying to keep that stride pattern. And I think he might just go through with victory. And just in time for his shoe to fall before it falls off. So I think I was distracted by that. I think Ben was second. I didn't quite see who was third and fourth. But there's a lesson to do up your laces.
So, Mr. Jones, what was your event?
Well, yeah,
Sports Day?
I've been asked that. It's this one, actually. Hurdles was very much my favourite when I was this age. Edie in third there and Peter in fourth. Yeah, used to love the hurdles in particular. Also used to love the relay, actually. A real favourite. Very exciting when you see the 4x100 in particular and the changeovers. So we'll see a little bit of that later on. And we've got the last of the year 7 races. Actually, there is one more. So that's... Oh, here we go. So Haroon Bashir out in front. Oh, no, Max Keynes. Good technique. Oh, needed to stretch out there. So Max Keynes looks like he's going to win for Arcos.
Comfortable win.
Yeah, in the end. Haroon Bashir second, Harry Jordan third. And I didn't see who that was. Was that Ella Quigley?
There's Max. Actually off.
Yeah, too quick for me. We'll see in the replay, perhaps. I think it was Ella. And there's the tug of war. I think that's Rovers at the far end, and I think that must be VCs. At this end, I think Rovers have got the nudge and the momentum. Swaying around all over the place, that one. You need to try and keep it in a straight line, but yeah, I think Rovers won that one. And here we can see it's the shot put that's about to get going. Yeah, Tiger Wang. And that was good technique. So this one is, you've got to push this. Make sure you don't pull your arm through, so your hands shouldn't come away from your your neck area. And you've got to turn and push it out away from you, not pull it through like a throw, like a javelin. So Tiger's probably the first one to go by the looks of things. And there's Harry the dog in the background. His work for the day is done. There we go. And that was a little bit further that time. Well done, Tiger. Always good to improve your score. And there's Mrs. Pinch. I think I definitely need to speak to Mrs. Pinch. She's done quite a few sports days.
Yes, we'll let her answer about when she started here.
Yes, I won't sow that seed unless I get permission. But yeah, no, very experienced member of our sports department team. So now we're back on track and we can see the year 8s lining up near the start of the hurdles.
Please could you go and help with the shot put? Thank you, Regan, shot put.
And for the year 8s this year, it's the 80-metre hurdles. So they are getting ready.
Another tug of war going on here.
Yeah. So we have got Arcos on the near side. And
can't tell.
I think, no, it's not. It's Rovers, sorry, on the near side.
Rovers win again.
Yeah. Rovers look strong, but they did. I think they lost to Arcos in the first bout. It was 1-1, and it went. The final one went, or the decider went either way, and Arcos just won that one. So In this race, the first of the year 8 hurdles races, we have Phoebe Reid on the left, Dom Muschiali, Apple van der Meer, and Oscar Gibbs.
Hello.
Okay, so results from the 70-meter hurdles. Again, very close. VC's first, just 2 points ahead of Arcos, who were 1 point ahead of Rovers, and Sea Kings in 4th. So the hurdles races have really been very close contests overall. And they're off. Good start from Dom Muschiali there. But it's close. Phoebe Reid has come back.
Going to be a close finish.
Oh. So
spoke too soon.
Yeah. That was a refusal at the gate. Dom Muschiali securing victory there. Now, what happened? She just forgot the jump.
Footing a little bit wrong.
Oscar in 2nd and Apple in 3rd. Phoebe in 4th. There's the victor.
Been quietly content with his performance.
Yeah.
Wry smile.
Okay, now we have Nathan Burge on the shot put. Oh, good power there. Now that's a good distance.
Considerable throw.
I reckon, what was that, 5 meters maybe? I don't know how they've done this. Maybe just over, maybe approaching 6 meters, something like that. Okay, so now we have, can't quite see who's in Arcos on this one on the far side, but we've got Wilf Medicott there in screen with Louis. Oh, needs to take off. Okay.
And you got the 3 runners.
And Isaac Lee on the near side. So Louis out in front. Closely followed by Isaac and Wilf for Sea Kings. Good running. And Nathan's second go. That is good power again. Oh, not quite as far.
Fairly consistent.
Yeah. I reckon that might be just over 5 meters he's done there. I think the first line is probably 3 meters. And then it goes 4, 5. Or maybe, we'll see. We'll try and find out later. Okay, this will be a quick race. So you've got Jonah Ripley, Leo Ginger, Ollie Kirtley, and Samuel Lee. So Ollie just in the lead. So Jonah is in the lead. He's really gone through now. Good technique, and there he goes. Good win for Jonah. Ollie second. Nice forward roll from Leo, and Samuel in 4th.
That's well done, Leo.
Yeah, no points for the forward roll. But it looked good. Yeah, look at that technique. Have to work hard to get into the gymnastics team after that, I think. He needs to go and speak to those cartwheel display team we saw earlier for some technique advice. Now, looks like, I don't know, tug of war, bit of a pause.
Still going.
Sea Kings against Rovers, I think.
Expecting a win from Rovers, of course, here.
You would.
Only a little bit of bias.
Yeah. Now here is Adlai. Have to question the technique a little bit there. He needs to push up and out, not try and pull it through. Okay, so now we have Lucy Carl, Theo Hazelwood, oh, nearly taken unawares, Olive Evans and Chloe that Chloe Williams on the near side?
Yeah. And they're off.
Oh, there's a bit of a scream let out there, but she's still going from Olive. So Olive versus Theo.
It's going to be close.
It is going to be close. I think Olive's just got it.
And yeah, Olive
From
has
Theo,
it.
then Chloe, and then Lucy. Good technique.
One of the closer races.
Yeah. And just good to see them enjoying themselves. So I reckon we've probably got 2 more hurdles races to go. Here's Luca Thurley-Newton. No, sorry, Joe Brown. Okay, here we go. So we have Percy Cutler on the far left, Neffian Miles Hall, Eva Grandi and Eric Wood. Oh, Percy. Up you get. Oh, he's angry. Neffian still going. And Neffian is going to take victory. Eric second and Eva third.
Is Percy up? He's being encouraged to carry on.
Yeah. Is he coming? Here he goes.
Here he goes.
Well done, Percy. Always good to finish and get the points for the house. Because he started well, and then I think he must have slipped as he landed after the first hurdle, maybe.
Of course, it's all about the house competition this year.
Yeah. Oh, look how high they've gone. They don't need to.
Oh,
I think Percy found a little mini trampette there that he wasn't expecting and took off way too high. And overbalanced. And here is the last race. Here we go. So, Tom Hoskinson far left, Poppy Campion, Alex Pillsbury doing very well, and Dan Arboris on the near side. So, looks like Alex is going to win. Poppy in second, Dan in third, and Tom in fourth.
Looks like Tom might have a little bit of pain there.
He's either done his hamstring or ripped his shorts. Either way, he's in a good mood.
Yes.
I think it's a muscle. But hopefully not a serious one. This is Ash Tollick-Cooper on the shot put arena. So you spent quite a lot of time, Mr. Haggis, at St Andrews. Have you seen much change over the years?
I have. So obviously I came here as a pupil and then ended up back here working in 2002. This will be my 20th year coming up.
You've never left?
And managed to escape to London for a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, I came back. I think the biggest difference are the facilities. Incredible facilities that we now have, and even back in the day, St Andrews was a leader in its facilities. But I think the DT department, the music department, all sort of fairly innovative. But now with the sports hall, yeah, looking very good.
Yep. Very lucky. But of course, I always say that it doesn't matter what the facilities are like. It's the people who are within the buildings who occupy the space that really count. And I think that's one thing that I think the school has always had, is just great people, pupils and staff and parents who help to inspire each other.
Very true. And it must be doing something right, as a fair few of the staff who have come back have been through St Andrews, and the staff that are here tend to stay for some time.
Yeah. Well, it's a lovely place to work and to live. And to share times like this together. So if you were competing today, Mr. Haggis, which event would you really want to be doing?
Probably one of the longer distance runs, actually.
Okay.
Of which I don't think we have too many these days.
No, and in fact, that reminds me. Talk us through your swim that you did a couple of years ago. Did you not swim the Alcatraz? Did you escape from Alcatraz?
That's right. My stepson and I did the Shark Fest Escape from Alcatraz swim, which you get dropped off on a boat just off the shores of Alcatraz. Don't actually step foot on Alcatraz, but then you have to swim back to the sort of marina area of San Francisco. It's about just over a mile in a straight line, but when you take into account the currents, etc., it works out to probably 1.5, just over 1.5 miles.
But isn't it highly dangerous?
They say that the currents are pretty dodgy, which is why they put Alcatraz there in the first place. And they also claim that it's a sort of breeding ground for great white sharks just off the actual coast.
Okay, so what made you want to do it then?
Very good question. I'd done the Great North Swim, which was good fun, but in a lake. Decided to go for something slightly more adventurous and having to find it on an internet search.
Okay.
So
I mean, many people would put you down to being a bit crazy to tackle something like that, but a fantastic effort.
It was good fun, and I have been lucky enough to go back to Alcatraz since and actually step foot and do a tour there, and not have to swim back.
Okay. Is it still a prison?
No.
Hello.
Okay. They do very good guided tours.
Okay. But there was a film, wasn't there, I think?
Yes.
Can't remember who's in it now.
No, me neither. But they still claim that only 1 or 2 people have actually managed to escape.
And swim.
And swim, yes.
Okay. Well, if you'd ever gone to prison there, you could have done it as well.
Yes, I like to think so.
Good. Now, where are we heading there? We're over at Speed Bounce by the looks of things, and we've got the juniors who've moved on from the Tug of War and are getting ready for some speedy bouncing. Well, thank you, Mr. Haggis, for your insight.
It's been a pleasure. Going to go back and join the Year 8s and see how they are getting on.
I think they've got some shot put and high jump coming up, I believe. So some of them are just making their way over to those venues, and we might be able to catch some of the action in a moment.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Will do.
So thank you to Mr. Haggis there, who, as you heard, a pretty serious swimmer these days, often likes to swim in the sea, as do I, in fact, but I'm not sure you'd catch me swimming from Alcatraz. So over on the shot put, Matthew Murray there. Left armour and George Shakespeare just giving us a wave. Very good. And Mr. Thompson's back in the commentary box. Couldn't resist. Fresh from firing the gun. Now, what's your technique for firing the pistol, Mr. Thompson? How long do you leave? You know, what are the calls in athletics?
Well, it's all about actually having a decent rhythm so the children know when you're going to fire the pistol. But yeah, very much it's take your marks, and the art is then that you give the pupils a chance to steady themselves. Then it's set, and then you fire the pistol. But what you're trying to do is just keep a continuous sort of steady rhythm throughout all of the heats, so that the children become aware of the timings. And so far, they've been really good. I think we've had 1 or 2 full starts. But yeah, and then we're moving into, I think it's the shuttles in a minute, the 50-meter shuttles at about 1:45.
Yep.
So that will be the whistle to start, and then we'll move into sort of the middle distance, the 600 and 800 meters. So that'll be back with the gun, and that is just take your marks and then you fire the pistol.
Viewers at home might have just picked up that the sun is out now, which is lovely and welcome, and everything is drying out. So with yes, I believe that it is making life tricky for our cameramen, who are doing a fantastic job from CheersMate Productions, and but the images that you're seeing at home, I think, hopefully you're getting a really good appreciation of what we're seeing here at school.
Absolutely. I mean, just staring at the screen here and just seeing that's Matty Arnold, isn't it? I think the shot. What I mean, great technique there. Obviously, Mrs. Veach is there announcing, but what an amazing company, what a fantastic facility we got here with the CheersMate.
Yeah.
Who would have thought over 18 months ago we would be doing this?
Yeah.
But credit to them, credit to everybody that parents can still view what's a great day.
Yeah.
Matty there looks like he's taken his through at one. Is this his
second go?
Second go.
I think they get 2 throws each.
Yeah.
That's better. Well done, Matty.
A bit more of a rotation in the hips there. Shot put, it's all from the power you get from your legs and the rotation of the trunk. Yeah. And the sort of the arms, the last thing, and that's the difficult thing, getting the pupils aware of that. They all think it comes from the arm and the shoulder.
So just going back to sprint starts and when the starter fires the gun, one of the things I used to say to serious sprinters when they were waiting for their event, they should just go and stand in the vicinity of the starter when it's not their race and just practice listening to how the starter makes his calls, and then doing a little sprint over the first 10 meters as soon as the gun goes. And by doing that, you start to get into the rhythm of the starter, so that you can start to pick up on the routine of each starter, because every starter is different and they each have their own sort of, as you said, routine that they go through in their head. And generally, by and large, they often stick to the same kind of timings.
I mean, you may have just talking about Ed Goff again with the shot that time. Mrs. Pinch has given him a few pointers, a few teaching points, but going to preparation, you would have seen at the previous shot there, the juniors eagerly in the heavy rough, getting ready for the speed bounce, and they're getting themselves warmed up. As we see Ed there with another put.
So you're a keen skier. What's your technique with the speed bounce?
It's Ed, I think he's just beaten his second there. So I think Ed there. Well, here we go again. Cut back to the juniors practicing. So I think it's all about just fast feed. It's as we say to the juniors when we do it. Imagine you're sort of landing on some hot coals and you're just quickly in and out. Keeping your knees, keeping your ankles together as much as possible, and trying to keep balance. That you're always tempted just to sort of fall forwards, and then you end up losing your balance. So it's just trying to stay upright, relax, but it's almost really fast feet. And as you can see, they're warming up there in the heavy rough. They may find a few of my golf balls actually in there from my evening practices on the field. So I should head over there in a minute. But no, they're getting ready, getting into the.
That's good from Ben Faulkner there. Good technique, very quick, keeping it going.
I think they might actually be performing, rather than
there's a timer there, and Miss Lozano Arcus, I think, writing down the scores. And so hip rotation a little bit, and also what they want to be doing is keeping their hips forward, pushing them forward rather than sinking back down. And that's so much about athletics is doing that and keeping your shoulders ahead of your hips, but keeping your hips pushed forward as well, so that you don't get sort of pulled back.
And what about you, Mr. Jones? Obviously, you've spent a lot of time in the comm box. What was your #1 event at school?
Everyone keeps asking me this.
Oh, is it? Okay,
hurdles is what I loved when I was at this age at school. That was my favourite. Used to love the relay as well. Senior school didn't do so much athletics. I went to a kind of school where if you played a lot of cricket, maybe a little bit of tennis, but if you played a lot of cricket, then that's what you had to do. And there wasn't a lot of opportunity to do athletics in the summer. But where I began to really love athletics was when I went to teach at my first school and got involved in coaching the athletic squad. and then subsequently organising sports days and one of the big regional qualifiers up in the sort of, well, Oxfordshire, stretching across to Shropshire and Gloucestershire, and then down, had a couple of schools from sort of Dorset way even, and right over towards Bedfordshire. So it's quite a big region. Hasn't happened again this year, so 2 years in a row, sadly, the regionals and the nationals haven't happened. I'm sure we would have had 1 or 2 athletes competing here for St Andrews today who would have competed in those finals. So it's a shame that so much of sport, not just athletics, but so much of sport over the last 18 months has been curtailed and restricted and hindered. It's lovely to see lots of cricket matches being played this summer, a few tennis matches, and hopefully, you know, we'll get more of it for the rest of the summer and into the autumn. Be lovely to see some proper rugby being played again, more football, of course, and we all hope that that can happen.
Looks like Teo Bailey there.
So, yeah, I think you're right.
Showing excellent technique, and he's really what we encourage the children to do when they're doing the shot put, as we said, is trying to create a force through their feet. So sort of getting nice and low, driving their back foot into the back of the circle there, and then, as we said, sort of rotating the trunk, and the final part is actual the put. So when the children grasp that concept, and they see sort of a significant improvement in their distances. But Teo there showing really nice technique, lots of power, getting nice and low and driving up. Must say how relaxed it is today. You can see a few of the children just sort of sitting there, talking, having a chat. You saw Sister Vix there with her cup of coffee, having a chat to Miss Garbett. Looks like needs her sunglasses now. She said the sun's coming out. Mrs. Garbett straight for the shades.
Absolutely.
And Mrs. Shepherd there sitting down, just taking in the sights. Bit of a lull before we kind of resume with the track. So I've got a couple of minutes and then I have to start the...
Yeah, I think they're all over, just preparing for the shuttle relay, I think is what's about to happen next, just off out of shot. You can't quite see. Let's see where we are in the schedule.
I think you're right, and you'll certainly hear the noise when that starts. It's a sort of an event that was introduced, wasn't it, 5 years ago? I think the sort of 50-metre shuttle.
It's
very inclusive. Yeah.
It's everybody. So we're starting with the seniors shuttle relay, and each house has the same number of runners, but everybody has to run. So if one house has 1 or 2 more runners, you know, the other houses have to have somebody has to go twice. So.
And I think we're just seeing Leo Wells. Wow, Leo Wells. So Leo's actually sort of doing a shuffle.
He's been practicing.
He has. He's been practicing shuffling in the circle there, which is a technique, obviously, sort of an advanced technique. You can see the excellent distance. Mrs. Pinch there and Joseph shoots with the gappy. And there we see the year 8s making their way. It's almost like the start of the Grand...
So it's year 7,
sorry, it's almost like the start of the Grand National, isn't it? Where they're all getting together for the start line. See Neffy in there, obviously talking to one of his young year 7s, talking him through how to perform the 50-metre sprint.
Yeah, there's Jack Hawkins on the speed bounce. Very good.
That is quick.
Now, I know that he is a keen skier, so he's got the technique there, yeah.
Let's hope he'll be on the school ski trip in a few years' time.
Just to give you some updates on where we are, scores. Year 7 70-metre hurdles. I'm not sure if I did this one, but VC's won that just 2 points ahead of Arcos. Rovers in 3rd and Sea Kings in 4th. Maybe I did do that one, actually. But the year 8 hurdles, first, this again was very close. Rovers were first, just 1 point ahead of Sea Kings. VC's in 3rd and Arcos in 4th. The middles tug of war contest. This is where I think the tug of war is what Arcos were saving themselves for. They won the middles, 2nd VCs, 3rd Rovers and 4th Sea Kings. For the juniors, Arcos again victorious, 2nd Rovers, 3rd VCs, 4th Sea Kings. And in the year 7 tug of war, 1st VCs, 2nd Sea Kings, 3rd Arcos and 4th Rovers. And in the year 8 tug of war, 1st Arcos, 2nd Sea Kings, 3rd VCs and 4th Rovers. So a lot of tug of war action, but that is now complete. And who have we got there? Somebody on the speed bounce. Scarlett McFarlane, I think, yeah. Yeah, Emily Veach over there. Indeed.
As we can see, Mr. Gamashi and Mrs. Thompson there sorting out the seniors into their houses, ready for the 50-metre shuttle. There we go, and the sunglasses are all coming out now for the staff. Sister Vic's just surveying, looking on, making sure everyone's got enough water, keeping hydrated.
So if you had to take sunglasses advice from a member of staff, who would you automatically turn to?
That's a really good question. Miss McCollin there looked like she she had some pretty sharp glasses. No, I don't know. I think Mr. Lawton, I think going back to the skiing there, Mr. Lawton on the slopes is very stylish. He's got about 5 or 6 different outfits, and of course they're all colour coordinated. So different pair of boots, different pair of shades. Yeah, so Mr. Lawton, obviously Mrs. Shepherd.
So you've skied with Mr. Lawton a few times. Can you describe Mr. Lawton's skiing style in no more than 5 words?
I could probably give you one. It's interesting. No, I mean he he gets from A to B extremely quickly. You know, he uses the whole piste. So in terms of that, he goes from side to side. He's often actually at the front, and that's mainly because mainly the other staff.
There's more sunglasses. Yes,
yeah,
there. No, that's
look
good.
at those. Yeah. So sorry, Miss
Going back
Miles
to
Lewis
Mr.
there.
Lawton. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Lawton. It's got quite a strategic approach we have as a staff when Mr. Lawton's on the slopes. We let him go, Kamikaze Lawton. We let him go first, and he does take he uses the whole width of the piste. And it intentionally, and he's there just in my earshot at the moment. But yeah, he's very fast. He's a very good skier.
Is his phrase "turning is for wimps"?
Yeah, I could. Yeah. He certainly likes his speed, and he is fearless. That's a great way.
There we go. That's the word we're after.
Look at Mr. Pinch.
Now
look
there's
at
more
that.
sunglasses. Look.
Talking about Mr. Pinch, actually, Mr. Jones, and you obviously mentioned about the hurdles. Is it true? In one of your first weeks here, you had your sort of weekly meeting when Mr. Pinch used to run the boys' sport, and you actually challenged him to a hurdles race.
I'm not sure.
That's what Mr. Pinch tells me.
Possibly. I'm not quite sure.
Well, Mr. Pinch seems to think you did, Mr.
Well,
Jones.
Yeah, sadly, they've put the hurdles away now. Otherwise, maybe this afternoon could have been the day.
Maybe speech day. Anyway,
We'll
I'm
see.
going
Anyway,
to
thank
have
you,
to go. Yeah.
Mr. Thompson. And yeah, maybe Mr. Barter looks like he's not got a lot to do. Might be time for him to come over and have a chat in the commentary box, just whilst we're a bit. Everything's a little bit slowed down. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Barter. How's it been for you today so far?
Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Obviously feel like I'm stepping into some pretty big shoes after Mr. Thompson's audition for Talksport for the last 25 minutes with yourself.
Yes, well, you know, once Mr. Thompson, you open the door, he keeps coming back for more.
Absolutely, absolutely. What a joy it is that the sun's come out as well.
Yep. So you've been on, we saw you earlier, you were marshalling the Tug of War. That looked like a great contest. That's now finished.
MC of the Tug of War, yeah. I think the enthusiasm on that one's pretty unrivaled, and the juniors certainly showed us the way to go with that one. They were, yeah, all fully embedded in everything that they were doing.
And your house, you're the house leader of Arcos. They reigned supreme. Did you do any extra practice?
Oh, I would love to have claimed that we were organising tug of war practices at third break, but unfortunately that was definitely not the case. No, just luck of the draw, I guess, and the fact that half the adjudicating team were also Arcos.
Yeah. So here we go. This is the house shuttle competition. Everyone runs 50 metres. They hand over to the next one. It's simple, plain and simple, shuttle up and down. But everybody in the house has to compete. If one house has more runners, 1 or 2 houses have to have you know, a couple of people running twice.
And we didn't see this event at Rio 2016. Is it
No.
made its way into Tokyo?
I'm not sure. It was either this or judo, I think.
It would be fantastic crack to see the entire Team GB doing a 50-metre shuttle relay.
So there's Kiara Donsbach running down there, being chased by Tia Neal. Now, I'm not quite sure. Is that VCs on the near side? That's Oscar Elliott heading up there. I think that's VCs. And is that Arcos on the far side? No, Arcos are in lane 2.
That's right. Much handier
So
with
Lily
these,
Michaelides.
with the sleeve patches on these snazzy new player layer tops that we've got going on. That makes life a lot easier.
I know, so that's Sea Kings, I think. And that's Fraser being caught by Ben Fellows, I reckon. And so it's neck and neck.
Looks like Phoebe Oates coming up there in lane 2, just being taken on.
So Sea Kings on the near side, Rovers in second place. So that's Will Fellows just taking the lead for Rovers against Freddie Timlin, I think. Handing over to Apple Vandermeer to bring it back down the other way.
We might end up with some lapping situations going on here, and then we're going to have absolutely no clue who's in first, second, third, or fourth.
Well, hopefully they might have remembered to put the last person in a bib, maybe.
Ah, that's a handy
tip.
Yeah. And we might have an idea before everyone sits down, otherwise it's just a mad dash to the floor.
So Eva Grandi out in front for Rovers, extending the lead. Dan Caro now carrying on in first place.
Seems to be a healthy lead being extended here.
Yeah. Louis Ashby-Gorman.
Signature running style with a very low feet.
Yeah.
Didn't fare him too well at the first hurdle earlier.
No, that's true. And that's Mana Zhang, I think. Is that Mana? Being caught by Ella Quigley, I think.
Ah, there he is, Billy Whiz.
Hart. Yeah.
An absolute feature of the third team football last year. Unfortunately, no fixtures this year.
No. Sad that we were talking earlier about the lack of competitive sport at times this year, which has been a shame.
Absolutely remarkable that we were able to get a full summer term's worth of fixtures in for cricket.
I think Sea Kings are coming back here, so Rovers are still in the lead. But Sea Kings are not far behind. Oh.
Kyle unveiling his new haircut there. He managed to keep the hoodie on for the entire registration this morning.
Okay, very good.
Kept that one for the TV release, I think.
Well, that's to make him go faster.
It looks like it worked.
Who's that in front? Can't quite tell from here. But good speed from Rosie Hill to close the gap. And so Layla Rajwani just out in front. Theo Hazelwood chasing back. I think that's Theo. Or was it Dan?
It's Theo.
And here's Alex Pillsbury. Now that's good power and pace there.
Real shame.
Still a couple to go.
Real shame we didn't get to see more of Alex Pillsbury with ball in hand, although he did cause the most severe injury that I've had in my head of rugby at St Andrews, and that came to a member of his own team during a touch rugby game.
So this is, who's that, Daisy?
Looks like
good
Daisy,
Abbott to finish things off. Just ahead is the last runner. So that's Alfie Lullen. Is it a secure victory for Rovers? It's close. Outing Wang chasing him down, but Rovers first, Sea Kings second. Sister Vix is happy. And, oh, that's a nice finish. Not sure who that was.
I think that might have been Felix Bordas.
Felix.
With a bit of character over the line.
Far side, that must have been VCs. So Rovers, sorry, Arco's third and VCs are fourth.
Catch your breath and let's do that in the high jump. Seniors in the high jump. Grab drink water after you go and shot put.
You might be able to hear in the background that the seniors, there's no rest for the wicked. That if having just competed that shuttle relay, some of them are now needed for the shot put and the high jump, so they need to be heading off down there. And heading over to the shuttle relay track, looks like the juniors are up next. Yeah, their shuttle relay. They have now just had a chance to see how it works, and they'll be doing it the same thing in about 5 minutes' time. So here we have Oscar Swift on the shot put. And that's good. As Mr. Thompson was saying earlier, that the technique for shot put and all throwing events really is the power actually comes from the legs. And so he's quite upright, he's got good upper body technique, but actually if he was to get a little bit lower and drive up from the legs, you'd see it go a lot further and out. So what was your event, Mr. Barter, when because you've experienced, as an old Androvian yourself, you will have seen some both sides of Sports Day, as a teacher but also as a pupil.
Yes, yeah. So I guess casting the memory back a little bit too far now. Back in the day, yeah, sprinting was my kind of go-to. 100 metres, 200 metres, and then getting involved in the relay stuff. I managed to flop my way over a couple of heights on the high jump, but yeah, it was definitely the sprinting that was better for me.
And can you remember what sort of time you did on the 100?
I can't remember my St Andrews times. I remember a personal best coming at Eastbourne College. I'm not sure entirely how accurate the timing was, but they seem to think that it came back in a sort of 11.5.
Okay. Proud of that?
Yeah, I hang my hat on that one. But like I say, it must have been downhill, downwind, with a bit of a dodgy timer, because I certainly wouldn't get anywhere near that kind of times now.
So the school record for the 100 is still held, 2016, Year 8 boys, 12.05 seconds, and that's held by Mr. Reed, not by Mr. Reed, by Mr. Reed's son, Will. And I remember that race. He was very, very quick indeed.
Yeah, he's lightning fast.
Yeah.
Did he feature in the first team rugby as well?
He was very quick on the wing, yeah.
Yeah, handy with that kind of speed. Flying up out of the line as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, did you catch the match on the weekend, Harlequins versus...
I caught the last... I think I turned it on at about 55 minutes because I was on a group chat with a load of rugby friends that was going absolutely bonkers. And I'd say it did not disappoint, did it?
No. As a sporting spectacle, I think it was almost as good as it gets. Just watching a really good, powerful throw there from, or put, I should say, from Jacob Nash. Very good. And probably one of the furthest we've seen, actually.
Jacob's power was definitely on display in the tug of war as well. His team, yeah, absolutely powering through to victory, undefeated, the Arcos in that year group.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Harlequins against Exeter. What a match. I think the lead changed hands about 5 times, but more than anything, it was just the positive way in which they played the sport. Doesn't matter what the sport is, but the two teams attacked, they entertained, they didn't give up. It was just a joy to watch, whether you were a fan of those two teams or not. Brilliant to see.
And speaking to a few sort of people that I know that were in and around the stadium at the time and being at the game, the atmosphere was absolutely electric, but also the respect that was displayed between the two teams at the end, both acknowledging the fact that they'd been in an unbelievably just brilliant spectacle and ding-dong battle.
Absolutely. So as I said, we've got the senior shot and the senior high jump competitions coming up, and the three pupils who we should be looking out for: Daniel Quinn in the shot put and Outing Wang in the shot put, one for year 8, one for year 7, and Oliver Kirtley in the high jump. So we'll be trying to look out for them when they get their opportunity. Hopefully they might get close to some of the records that we have. Just looking back, I think the high jump record will be a very tough one. We mentioned earlier Spike Gleave. He still holds the high jump record here, 1.56 m, which he did in 2016. And as I said earlier,
vintage year.
Yeah, he broke the record on Friday for Eastbourne College. He did 1.90 m.
Goodness gracious, that's taller than you and I.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he could jump over my height.
Clear us.
It's the kind of height that heptathletes do. You know, the top heptathletes are tending to do sort of 195, 196.
Well, Ollie wasn't quite looking at those kind of heights when we were in the game sessions practices last week, but he was certainly tipping towards the 130, 140 mark at that practice.
And given that, you know, they missed out on athletics, a full athletic season last year, it's been a little bit limited and curtailed this year as well because of weather and other things as well. And that's always a good technique to do it when there's no bar there. That always helps.
Hard to knock it off when it's already down.
But yeah, there we go. So it's a shame. Some of these more technical events, they're definitely going to be up against it. They just haven't been able to practice as much.
What was the catalyst for this vintage year in 2016 then that saw so many records absolutely smashed?
Just a really outstanding group of sportsmen and women and athletes. As a year group, the rugby season, they played 15 and won 15, and they won the county cup that year. So Mrs. Veach's son, Josh, who's here today as well, helping out. He's one of them. I can see him now, just walking down the hill. And William Reed was another. They very good, strong group who
With the right kind of ethos.
With the
within
right
year
attitude,
group.
that's the main thing, yeah. Not only were they talented, but they were committed in the right way as well.
That's certainly one thing that it's really noticeable in a game setting and in a games environment when a year group are all really sort of vying to improve collectively, and they get that buy-in, and then as a coach it's an absolute delight because they turn up to every session just eager to improve, to push one another, and you get some competition for places, and I think that's one of the things that's led to this outstanding under-12 cricket season that we've had this year. Yep.
So the under-12s, yes, they're looking very, very promising indeed. In fact, we had 3 teams who are unbeaten, the under-12As, the under-12Bs and the under-10As.
I think the under-12Cs will stick their hands up as well. I think they went 2 for 2. Only a limited number of fixtures, but there were 2 wins from 2.
Well, that's good to know as well. So the whole under-12 squad remained unbeaten, and not just unbeaten, but winning every match as well. So no draws, just winning every game.
And worth mentioning as well that that under-12 team, sometimes they were coming up against schools that were still mixing year groups, and they were coming up against bigger and stronger year 8s. But they did them with technique and just sheer determination. Yep, and
mixing the team up as well, so people were getting an opportunity to bat up the order, down the order, lots of changes of the bowlers, so not just reliant, it was a whole team effort. So very exciting for next year when hopefully the National Cup competitions can start up again.
That's right, I know Mr. Thompson was having visages of heading back down to the West Country in a minibus.
Yeah.
Also, Bethany Gander.
So we've got the juniors on the track. They're all lined up, ready for their shuttle relay. Looks like we're still waiting for a few who need to turn up. Oh no, that's for the middles. The names that have just been called out. But for the juniors, so they're lined up. Looks like they're ready, near enough. Mr. Thompson's just getting ready to blow his whistle, and they're off. So we've got Rovers on the far side, Sea Kings second one in, Arcos in third, and VC's on the near side. So Thomas Bryce in the lead, and I think that's Felicity Stone, I would guess, on the far side.
Running in a cap, I like that.
Yeah.
Keep the sun off your head.
Oh, bit of a hesitation there, but he's back in his running. Christopher Sen-Gupta, and I think that's Sydney Jenkins on the near side. So Rovers just in the lead from VC's. That's Lottie Fellows out ahead. I think that's Seb Popper on the near side. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky to tell. Here's Nikesh Balasubramaniam.
Fantastically done there.
I know.
a little bit of practice in the lead up, maybe.
Emily Murray just coming through there. So Rovers still in the lead. Now here's Josh Deckett. He's turning in a bit of a... He's putting in a good leg there to get VC's back into it.
Oh, they look neck and neck coming into this leg.
So that's Darcy Jenkins, I think, stretching the lead for VC's now against Rovers, and Arcos. No, so that's Sea Kings just coming back into it. I'm not sure where Arcos are.
There they are. Biding time for a late surge, perhaps.
Yeah. That's Ben Faulkner taking the lead again from Rovers, so it's swapping hands. Jessie Fellows now coming down. And Kiana Williams on this near side.
Looks like the gap between second and third closing a little here as well.
Yeah. So that's Patrick Watmuff out in front for Rovers. Stretching the lead now from VC's. George Sargent coming down. Now, might need to see a replay of that one. I think Rovers won it though. And that's Arcos just coming in. So here we go. So George Sargent bringing it home for Rovers. I think he holds on for victory.
Terrific slow-mo shots of this.
Yep. And there he comes. Coming in for victory there. Well done, George. And here we go. Who's coming in second? That is... That's Sea Kings, I think. Just snatching second. They just got there from VC's.
And a mistimed late surge, I think, has left Arcos in fourth.
Yeah, yeah. The tactics. So that's Eva Grandy getting over there. He's happy there. Went for the Western roll technique by the looks of things.
Oh, there's a name for that, wasn't there?
Yeah. About 1968, I think. That's when Mr. Fosbury
came in and stole everyone's stuff.
Yeah.
in the shuttle relay.
At the Mexico Olympics of '68, I believe.
Encyclopedic knowledge. And I'd expect there to be a sheet of notes and identifying features of all the different names, that are much similar to how they do it at the football, when they've got mixes of decks of cards all identified to different players and all that kind of business. But ladies and gents, I can tell you that this knowledge is coming purely from upstairs.
Yeah, some might suggest that I'm making it all up, but you can go and look that one up. I think Fosbury won the high jump at the '68 Olympics, and he introduced this revolutionary new technique.
Have we got access to emails here so that people can correct us?
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be getting a few anyway.
I tell you what, I might take this moment to duck out
slope
and go
off.
and check.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Barter.
It's been a
for your
pleasure.
time.
Thanks very much for having me.
Enjoy this afternoon. Okay, so here.
Someone hurts it.
So I have had it confirmed that Dick Fosbury did do the high jump and introduced the Fosbury flop in the '68 Olympics, and that was the Olympics where a lot of records were broken because it was about, well, a few thousand meters above altitude. So Bob Beeman's long jump record went that year as well. (2.24 for the high jump as well. So that was Mr. Fosbury, 2.24, and I think that broke the record by some way, as did Bob Beeman in the long jump, did 8.90 meters, which was way, way further than anyone had ever jumped before. And there were some, broken running records as well, because it was at altitude, that stood for many, many years. Bob Beeman's record stood for 23 years, and I think it was broken by Mike Powell in the '91 World Championships in Tokyo. And then that has stood, and I don't think that's ever been beaten, so that record has actually stood even longer, because that must be 28 years now, or no, nearly 30 years now that his record has stood. And Jonathan Edwards's is the triple jump, broken in 1995, I think, and his has stood for all that time as well. But I think the longest standing world record is the women's 800, which still stands. I think that was set in about 1983. Belonging to Jarmila Kratochvilova. And I don't think anyone has ever come close. Sorry, we've got the seniors going through the early stages of the high jump. It's a fairly easy height, but it's a good way for them to warm up and just get into their technique and their rhythm. In terms of height, just to give you context, so a 6-foot person will be about 1.80 meters. And so Spike Gleave, who broke the school record at Eastbourne College the other day, 1.90 meters, he's jumping over 6 feet. The world record, I think, is about 2.45 meters, something like that. So you can imagine how high that really is. The top of those blue poles that you can see is probably, I think that's about 2 meters 20, I think, off the top of my head. So it's even higher than those. Quite remarkable. Over on the track, we've got the final shuttle relay, which is the middles, coming up. And we are hitting all of these events pretty much to time. Ooh. I think he's all right there, Dan Clark. Needed to... So as he's come around there, he's probably come around a little bit too parallel to the mat, which means that when he takes off, his momentum is not going forward to take him over the bar, and he has to force himself over, so he needs a little bit more... be a little bit more direct towards the bar. Always on a slight curve to give you that opportunity to turn your body in the transition, but if you come too parallel, then you don't have that momentum going forwards. Looks like Dan Arboris is coming up now. Good technique there. Needs to, as he jumps, really drive those hips forward. Oh, needed to bring that knee up just a little bit quicker. Is Chloe Williams. Good technique. Okay, and you can see, oh, slightly different angle there from the shot put. We might be able to come back to that shortly. Oh, slightly overran the takeoff point there from Rory. So you can see a reverse angle now of the shot put, and Year 8s are doing this as well. So we've got here Don Muschiali, and good drive out there. So as we said earlier, if just get a little bit lower and really drive up from the legs, he'd get a lot more power as he pushes it out. Okay, there's George Shakespeare there. Good technique, a little bit more speed he's going to need for some of the higher heights, I think, and attack it a bit more. Oh, that was close that time. Going for the scissor kick. There's Dom's third effort there. So on the track, looks like the middles shuttle relay is about to begin. Mr. Thompson back out there on track, high-vis jacket. He's done his car park duty for the day. And we're off. So, Oscar Swift into the lead for Sea Kings by the looks of things. Luca Thurley-Newton second, and Jack Jordan now maybe taking the lead for VCs. Arco's in fourth, but coming back into it. Quite neck and neck. That's Harry Imerson there taking the lead for Rovers, I think, and Scarlett McFarlane extending that lead. Jackie Zhao chasing hard. Hayden Della in the lead. Caitlin Watson chasing him down though. And Azan Khan over on the far side. Who's that? It's Leo Wells, I think, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Felix Ford chasing hard on the near side. Alfie Ashby Gorman now in the lead for Rovers, and handing over to, can't quite tell from here, maybe Darcy, Cambridge, and closing in third and fourth as well. So it's pretty close now. There's Ava Kashani out in front And Arco's coming back into this, maybe going to snatch second shortly. Yeah, it's pretty close all the way through. So Rover's still in the lead, but Sea Kings have caught up now. And then we've got Arcos and VCs on the near side close. So Sea Kings are now into the lead. But Becky Howe getting Rovers back into it, and Arcos being chased down. Whoever that is coming back, has brought them right back into it. And Freya Walton is now in the lead, neck and neck with Melody Zylemaker, and Rovers in third. So Arcos now have got a slight edge. Isabella Di Braccio on the near side for Rovers, and that's Delilah Medlicott taking the lead on the far side for Sea Kings. So it's very close. So Sea Kings now in the lead, Arcos second. Rovers just dropped back a little bit. Ed Goff putting in an excellent leg there. And I think that's Jesse Holgate ahead. Leo Ashford second there for Arcos. So Sea Kings, Isla Cook-to-Paul in the lead. And she's going to hand over to Ava Williams, being chased by Hugo Stevens. So Sea Kings close by Arcos. Tom Hex being chased by Jacob Jones. Looks like Sea Kings are going to win this by the looks of things. So Sea Kings win, Arcos second. And then I think that was Rovers third and VCs in fourth. So another good contest. The lead changed hands. I think everybody, each house was in the lead at some point in that race. So well done to all the shuttle relay runners. And now we are back at the high jump.
Those children in years 3 and 4 who are running the 600 metres, you now need to meet Mr. Gamashi under the flags. So years 3 and 4, the 600 metre runners.
So Kyle Saweo going over the high jump there, very good. Much to the delight of his friends. Oh, that was George Shakespeare. Switch sides, he jumped from the other side earlier. So here goes Poppy Campion. Good technique. And whilst the high jump is going on the track, we're just getting ready for the first of the slightly longer races. We've got year 3, 600 meters. So 3 laps of the track. 3 children from each house have been put forward. And we will see how we get on.
Mr. Lawton, could you please make your way to the flags? Mr. Lawton, thank you.
So, Percy Cutler set off there, thought better of it.
Oh wait, the commentators talking about, like, are they talking on the live stream?
He'll be going in a moment, I'm sure. So in the year 3, 600. We'll come to it in a moment. Hopefully be able to let you know how we get on, who's doing what. So Dan Clark coming up now. He's trying to force himself over there. He's trying to go into his technique before he's really taken off and jumped up. Here comes Max Keynes now for Arcos. Good, easy jump there. And the 600-meter runners are off, so 3 laps of the track. Somebody gone out very fast there. I think that's Charlotte Miller. Gone out hard at the beginning. And she keep up the pace, settling down a little bit now. Thomas Price coming around the outside to try and catch up. So Charlotte Miller in the lead, Thomas Price in second as they come round for the completion of 1 lap of 3. It's a good start from Charlotte. Got to keep it going now. And this bit here is it's where it gets hard work. Tiny bit of an uphill there. And so Thomas Price has gone into the lead, back at the high jump. Here's Chloe Williams. Good, well done, good technique there. Lifted her ankles up very well. So Thomas is opening up the stride and just opening up his lead as he comes round the bottom end. There's Rory Ford, unlucky Rory. So Charlotte Miller just being caught by Charlotte Fellows. Lottie Fellows has gone into second place. Georgie Pedley tried to scissor kick. Oh, Charlotte Miller gone back into second place, so they're battling it out. And the bell there you can just hear in the background as they're going round. So Thomas Price, 1 more lap to go. And that's given him a bit of a surge as he heads round. doing very well. And it's quite close for second, and there's somebody going into fourth place, but catching up with the second place. So Thomas Price, big lead, and this will be a good victory for him as he comes around. Coming down to the home straight. Second place, looks like Yaqub Bashir, I think, maybe gone into second. Good sprint finish from Thomas now, being encouraged by Mrs. Murray. And I think that's Yaqub coming round and through, and Lottie follows in third, and Charlotte Miller with a burst of energy as well. Is she going to get fourth? No, Lottie's found the reserves and comes third, Charlotte fourth, and then I'm not sure. So 600 meters, a good effort there, very challenging for the year threes, so well done to them.
Year 5 and 6, 600-meter runners. Could you please make your way into the middle? Year 5 and 6. Come to the...
So I think we're seeing some of the replays of the high jump that we missed whilst that race was going on. Good jump there, that's Will Fellows. Oh, I didn't quite get his leg up there. And a nice roll off to the mat.
Year 5, 600 metre, and year 6, 800 metre. If you're leaving the centre ring, can you hurry up, please? Thank you, Bertie.
Also didn't quite lift his knees up quickly enough there. Here's Georgiana Pedley again. Forgot to bring the other leg with her that time. I thought Rory was going to do it that time. Better technique, upper body, just didn't quite bring his ankles up. So now we've got the year 4, 600 meters. So I think we've got for Arcos, Felix Harris, Telvin Chamari and Lenny Hillier. Lenny just making sure Telvin gets his foot behind the line. Saskia Wells, Jessie Fellows and Christopher Sengupta for Rovers. Henry Swift, Rafe Roberts and Beatrice Gribble for Sea Kings. And Seb Popper, Clark Campbell and Darcy Jenkins for VCs. So they're off, bit of jostling there to get into position. But Rafe Roberts out there in front and Darcy Jenkins going for it. Opening up a lead, trying to break the rest of them early in the first lap. Good technique, works for some people. Can she sustain the pace? Good so far. She's got a good lead. Are the others just biding their time though? We shall see. So back to the high jump, Poppy Campion there. Quite able to get her ankle up there. So Darcy Jenkins still in the lead. This is where it starts to hurt a little bit, halfway through the race. Going around, here's Oliver Kirtley. Good technique, needs to make sure he drives up when he takes off. So as he gets those higher heights, needs to drive up. You can see Beatrice Gribble just moving into second place in this race. And looking strong, actually, she comes through, and Christopher Sengupta following. So I think there's going to be a tight finish on this one as we're coming up towards the bell. And then it will be one lap. So Beatrice Gribble coming round. and working really hard. And through the inside, sneaking up there, I think that was Christopher Sengupta. So we're going to see what happens here on this last lap. So Christopher is now in the lead. Put on a surge there, and Beatrice in second. Henry Swift in third. So is Henry or Beatrice, are they going to, who's going to get second? Looks like Christopher is going to take victory in this one, although Henry is coming back quickly. Has he got enough to close the gap? Don't think so. Christopher, good win for him there, very impressive. Henry in second, Beatrice in third, and Rafe Roberts now coming around in fourth. Darcy started off brilliantly, couldn't quite sustain the pace, but she's done very, very well to hang in there. Very good indeed. I think that's Seb coming in next. Jessie Fellows being encouraged on by Mrs. Murray there. Here comes Clark Campbell and Saskia Wells. Telvin heading round, and here comes Lenny and Felix. Working hard, still going. Perseverance is one of the things we talk about, and here comes Felix. He's found his energy reserves there. Put on his super booster, and here they go to finish it off in style. Well done to all three of those. Excellent work. Okay, back at the high jump, Dan Arborous there, clearing the height. I reckon we're sort of at 110, 115 maybe now on the high jump. Okay, so maybe at the moment we're on 120, I've just been told, which is pretty good. You can see there's not as many competitors left, but still a few, and it's going to be a good competition, I think. Okay, so we're on to the year 5, 600 metres. And we've got Tom Hex out in front at the moment, followed by Left Terrace Ianardis for Sea Kings. Jacob Jones in third. And back at the high jump, we're up to 1.20 metre at the moment in the high jump, which is good. Looks like there's a fair few competitors left as well. So this is a good race out in front. Two keen competitors. Who will battle each other. So Tom first, Left Terrace second, Jacob third. Looks like Lottie Hex in fourth as they come round to the bell. So expect a battle for this final lap as they come round. And Tom working hard on the knee lift, but Left Terrace won't give up. So that is Charlie Hewitt there on the high jump, just knocking it down. So got about 100 meters to go as they come around. Has either of them got anything left? Working hard. So here they go, coming to the finishing straight. Left Terrace putting on a burst, but Tom has got enough, and I think Tom gets there first. Left Terrace second. Jacob just finishing off in third. I think that's Ben Keynes in fourth, I think. No, I could be wrong there. We shall see. Is Thomas Walter still going round, keep working hard, doesn't give up. That's fantastic to see.
Sorry?
And Theo Bailey there, I think, just finishing off. Good jump there on the high jump. Max Keynes.
Years 7 and 8, 800 metre runners. It's now your turn to come to the centre of the running track, please. Years 7 and 8, 800 metre runners, please.
Unlucky there, so Dan Arbrus and then Chloe Williams not quite able to get over. Oh, there's the long jump. Good run up. Slightly forgot to go into the jump there. Or very nearly from Poppy. Didn't quite get her ankles up. Good spring there from Rosie Hill. Didn't quite manage to arch her back quickly enough, but good natural spring there. So we're at 1.25 meters in the high jump, so it's turning into a good contest. Here comes Oliver Kirtley. Good technique and over. Driving up, good arm extension, good technique. If when he takes off he can really be driving up, hold his body just for a little bit longer, I reckon he could go much higher. So that's the thing to work on there, but looking good so far for Oliver. You can see in the background, Reception just heading off on a bit of a nature walk behind the sports hall. Perfect afternoon for it now. Now here comes Dan Arbrus having his second attempt, I think. Oh, he was so close there. This is where he's got to drive his hips forward. Isla Cook-DePaul in the long jump. And well done, Chloe Williams. Good technique. So So next onto the track is the Year 6, 800 metres, so 4 laps of the track now, and they're setting off. So for the Arcos, I think we've got Leo McAndrew, Eloise Garton and Oliver Reed. Rovers, Jack Hart, Hattie Stone and Luca Thurley-Newton. Sea Kings, Ed Goff, Delilah Medlicott and Oscar Swift. And VCs, Ash Tollett-Cooper, Jack Jordan and Zach Cheery. And Jack Jordan, perhaps no surprise, gone into an early lead. This is his event, longer distance, he absolutely loves. And we'll keep an eye on the time actually as well. It's unlikely to break any records on a 200-metre track, especially on grass, compared to running on a proper tartan track. But the record has stood since 2016. Ethan Dando for Year 6, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. So very, very fast time, has to be said. So 2 laps done, halfway through. And that's Jack Jordan in the lead. Second is Oscar Swift, I think, at the moment. Back at the high jump there. So big lead opening up. And doing very well as he comes around, heading up to the bar. Sorry, heading up to the bell. Got 1 more lap to go, and he's really putting on a burst of energy and a surge. And heading round. Now, we're back at the high jump, and it's 1.30 meter now, the bar, so it's a good height. And Jack's really going for it, really powering his way through. He's lapped a few people, and this is one of the most impressive performances of the day so far. So well done to him. The others, unfortunately, still got another lap to go. Here's Oscar Swift. Also a very good performance. Back at the high jump, unlucky Chloe Williams. And Oscar just coming in now to finish in 2nd place. Really good effort. Zach Cheery in 3rd. Well run, Zach. And oh, that was so close from Rosie Hill there. She was over just the ankles. Here comes Delilah Medlicott and Leo McAndrew. Not quite sure who pipped who there. Eloise Garton finishing there from Jack Hart and Ed Goff just coming in. Oh, that was close from Molly Kirtley there. A replay. Being cheered on to keep going, if we can. Oh, that was close there from Dan Arboros. And Chloe Williams going for her. Now here he goes. Here goes Jacob. Getting a big cheer from everybody. Lots of support, being encouraged to just finish it off. Tough challenge running the 800 meters. And here he goes. Big cheers. You might not be able to hear them on screen, but I can. Excellent effort, and lovely to see the encouragement from others. Okay, back at the high jump.
Any other Year 7s, you're here. Any other Year 8, 800 metre runners? Year 8, 800 metre runners, to the middle, please.
And whilst we were watching the track, what we've just missed, sadly, but Rosie Hill has just jumped a new score record, 1 metre 30 in the high jump, breaking a record that has stood since 2016, Abigail East. Excellent effort from Rosie Hill. Sorry, not 2016, since 2008. I take that back. So since 2008. And well done, Max Keynes, just getting over there, 1 metre 30. Okay, back on track. Is the Year 7 800 metres now. So Arcos have Conor Morel and Jean Tuffigo. Rovers have Adam Ibrahim, Tia Neal, Will Fellows. Sea Kings have Ella Quigley, Freddie Timlin and Rosie Hill, and VCs have Rory Ford, Harry Jordan and Mark McKee. Will Fellows is out in front, closely followed by Harry Jordan. And in the the Year 6 800 metres just now, Jack Jordan ran 2 minutes and 38 seconds for the 800, which is a very, very good effort. It's not quite a score record, but it's a very strong time nonetheless. And back in the high jump, Rosie Hill. You may have just seen her jumping. She's now extended her score record to 1 metre 35, which is excellent. And Ollie Kirtley has joined her on that height, 1 metre 35. But Rosie, that's another score record for her. So Will Fellows out in front, extending his lead in the Year 7 800 metres. Harry Jordan in second. I think that's Tia Neal in third. And Ella Quigley in fourth. So Will coming round. See what kind of time he's got. That's unlucky from Max Keynes there, and Will Fellows finishing it off. Good victory for him. Good time, I would expect.
Go Harry! Go Harry! Go Harry!
And Harry Jordan coming in second. Good finish for him. So I think that's Tia Neal in third, and Mark McKee has gone into fourth. Oh, that's Rosie going for 140 there.
Go Freddie! Go Freddie! Go Freddie!
Okay, so they're on the 138 in the high jump, not 140 yet. So they're going up in 3, and then probably going up in 3 centimetres each time, I should imagine. Oh, that was close from Ollie. Again, technique-wise, just needs to bring his ankles up a little bit sooner. But I think both of these jumpers can do this if they get everything right. So here's Rosie again. Oh, that was so close. Unlucky there from Rosie Hill, going for 138. And Ollie's done it. So 138 he's just cleared. Great effort. Here we go. And as he comes up, good drive, gets his hips up, that's good, and ankles up. Well done. Good effort. So I think this is now up to 140 or 141. Unlucky. Oh, that was very close there with his ankles again.
Oh.
And I think getting a little bit tired there. Always tough when you've got to do, you're the only one left and you've got to do a series of jumps quickly. So 3 in a row, but Holly Kirtley wins the seniors high jump competition and Rosie Hill highest wins it for the girls and also breaks a school record as well. 1.35 meters. Okay, the year 8s are off now on the 800, and we have Percy Cutler and Tom Hoskinson for Argos, Louis Ashby Gorman for Rovers, Leo Ginger, Poppy Campion and Wilf Medlicott for Sea Kings, and Oscar and Jacob Gibbs for VCs. So Leo Ginger into the lead, closely followed by Percy Cutler and Louis Ashby Gorman. So Leo Ginger still out in front. But Percy Cutler now has put on a burst of energy and gone ahead of Leo. Can Leo stick with him on this final lap? Looks like Percy is going to take victory. Then Leo Ginger, and then Poppy Campion in third. Just pushed ahead of Tom Hoskinson in fourth. And then Jacob Gibbs putting on a burst of energy. Can he catch Louis Ashby Gorman? Not quite. And Oscar coming up behind, not far as well. So a good effort from all the athletes there. Well done. So that completes the middle distance runs. And in about 5 or 6 minutes time, we'll have some sprint challenges.
75 meter runners, girls and boys, please make your way home.
And these ones for the sprint challenges, which are starting at about 3 o'clock with the Year 3 girls. They've been selected based on times that they've taken in PE lessons this term, or athletics clubs that sessions that they may have taken part in. So that'll be coming up in a few minutes' time. We've still got a bit of a long jump competition going on. Shot put, I think, possibly still going on. But we're just reorganising and getting people into the right places. Now there's a good sight. Mr. Reed looking relaxed, having a nice chat with Freya Walton there. Got his a brand new tie in St Andrews colours to match his umbrella. Working hard, he's just waiting for the sprints like the rest of us. And as I said earlier, his son still holds the school record, the Year 8 boys record, 12.05 seconds. Incredibly quick. So, in this next race, we have the Year 3 75-metre sprint challenge. So, lane 1, we have Kiana Williams. Lane 2, Lottie Fellows. Lane 3, Charlotte Miller. Lane 4, Felicity Stone. Lane 5, Katie Howick. And lane 6, Saskia Elliott. Okay, good start. Charlotte Miller going head down, really concentrating, really going for it. Good straight run. Felicity Stone in second place, and I think Kiana Williams in third. Good strong running there from Charlotte Miller. So look at that good sprint start. And she's doing what sprinters should do. Keep the head down for the first 15, 20 metres, then start to look up. She's looked back down again, but she's really concentrating hard, really working hard, really driving the arms, staying nice and relaxed. And a good victory.
So please do make sure you're drinking regularly. Charlotte Sargent and Georgia DiBraccio, could you come over to the running, please? Charlotte Sargent, Georgia DiBraccio.
And in the Year 3 boys race coming up next. And you might have heard in the background the announcements, reminding everyone to keep drinking plenty of water, keeping hydrated.
Isaac Furley and Henry, you also need to come to the meeting.
Okay, so lane 1, we've got Yakub Bashir. Lane 2, Ben Falconer. Lane 3, Patrick Watmuff. Lane 4, Thomas Price. Lane 5, Joe Cornford. And lane 6, George Crawford.
I was not signed up for this. Yeah, me too. I did not sign up for this.
Oh, full start there. A little bit twitchy. Means a lot to the children. And they're fully focused. So here they go, and they're off.
Year 5 sprinters. Year 5.
So it looks like Ben Faulkner maybe has got the lead here. Close between him and Patrick Watmuth, but I think Ben Faulkner is going to take victory. Patrick second and Yakub third. Thomas, then Joe, then George. Good, strong running, driving through. And a good, close race. So well done, the Year 3 girls and boys. Next up, we have the Year 4s.
Audience, I like your bunda.
And in lane 1, we should have, when we see, here we go, we have Jessie Fellows. Lane 2, B. Gribble. Lane 3, Darcy Jenkins. Lane 4, Charlotte Sargent. Lane 5, Sydney Jenkins. Lane 6, Georgia De Braccio. And lane 7, Pippa Goff.
Wait, I wasn't ready.
So the Year 4 girls are off. Oh, it's a good close start. So Darcy Jenkins in the lead, but B. Gribble is pushing her hard. Who's going to come through in the end? Very close. I think Darcy just first, B second. Gonna have to see a replay for third, but probably Charlotte Sargent, I think. But Darcy just holds on, I think. Here we go, slowing down. Yeah. So Darcy from B, from Charlotte, and then Sydney, I think, in fourth. And as we zoom in to the Year 4 boys, we can see Seb Popper on the far left in lane 1. Rafe Roberts in 2, Isaac Furley, Christopher Sengupta, Joshua Deckett, and Henry Swift. Now, difficult one to call, this one. I think it's going to be very close.
Yeah, sure.
Caitlin, Dakota, Ella, Derry, and Ava Kashani, could you come to the start of the 100-metre track, please?
Yeah, so annoying. Oh my gosh. And then Henry took over me, so I was...
And they're off first time. Good start by Rafe and Isaac in the middle there, and Christopher pushing hard. And they're battling it out. Who's going to dip? I think Christopher just gets that from Rafe, followed by Josh. So that was very close, and they're just sorting out the finishing positions. So Christopher just powering his way through, I think, at the end. Here they go. So Christopher just dipping ahead of Rafe, and Josh in third, followed by Isaac. Good race, and Seb, and then Henry. Okay, so for Year 5, you can see it's taken back to the full 100 meters now. And in lane 1, can't quite see in the shadows there, but Caitlin Watson, Dakota Kane, Ella Derry, Lottie Hex as we're going left to right, Freya Walton, Ava Kashani, Josephine Whitecross, and Georgie Gribble and Una Song. So actually 9 competitors. Oh no. Ah, sorry, no Josephine Whitecross. So after Ava Kashani, it's Georgie Gribble and Una Song. Mr. Barter doing a bit of semaphore there with the flags. And he's happy.
Hello.
And they're off this time. Good strong start by Ava Kashani and Georgie Gribble. And Lottie Hex coming through, so it's quite close. 4 out in front, Caitlin Watson as well on the far side, but looks like Georgie Gribble is coming through. Lottie Hex trying to catch up, but Georgie Gribble wins. Lottie Hex second, Ava Kashani third, and Caitlin Watson in 4th place. So very good effort there. $100 meters, long way down, keep sprinting all the way through. Good determination on the faces there. And I think Georgie Gribble there, most relaxed in her running, and I think able to really push on. There we go. Nice, good victory. Ava third, Caitlin 4th. And Dakota in 5th. Freya, I think just edging it from Ella, and Una. So next up, the boys, Year 5 boys, 100 meters. Leo Ashford on the left, Harry Imerson in 2, Tom Hex in 3, left terrace Ianardis in 4, Jack Kirtley in 5, Jacob Jones in 6, Max van der Meer in 7. Okay, so they're in under starters orders. And they're off. Tom Hex into a powerful early lead. And he's powering his way through. Left terrace in 2nd. A big, strong lead from Tom Hex. Jack Kirtley in 3rd, I think, with Jacob Jones. Well, neck and neck. We'll have to see the replay on that one. But certainly no doubt about the winner there, Tom Hex. Left terrace Ianardis in 2nd. 3rd and 4th. Oh, close call. Who dipped? Possibly Jacob Jones just ahead of Jack Kirtley there. Then I think Leo Ashford and Max neck and neck. And Harry just behind. So as you can see, the sea mist is well and truly gone, and we've got sunshine here in Eastbourne. There's a few grey clouds forming in the back in the distance there. Maybe a little bit more rain later on, but certainly at the moment we've got sunshine. The sunglasses are out. And everybody's happy. So we're on to year 6, girls next, 100 metres. In lane 1, we have Bella Kinniber. Lane 2, Scarlett McFarlane. Lane 3, Hattie Stone. I think we're just waiting for Hattie to appear. Lane 4, Delilah Medlicott. Then we have Eloise Garton. Then we have Jessie Holgate. And then we have Becky Howe.
Year 7, sprint 100 metres. Boys and girls, to the start of the 100 metres, please. Year 7.
Okay, so Eloise Garton powering her way into a lead here. Delilah Medlicott trying to catch up. She's smiling about it anyway. And Eloise Garton first, Delilah Medlicott second, and I think that was Jessie Holgate in third. So good strong start by Eloise. And she powered her way through all the way down. Big long stride, the hat came off for Bella Kinniber. And a shoe, oh, it was a shoe that came off. Yes, I was just looking at that. And yeah, so well done for keeping going, losing a shoe, but still getting there. Finishing in 4th place, but well done to all the runners there. And year 6 boys up next, over in lane 1. You can just make out in the shadows Oscar Swift. Lane 2, Luca Thurley-Newton. Just slightly to the left. Lane 3, we have Jack Jordan, there he is, next to Mr. Barter. Ed Goff in lane 4, Nathan Burge in lane 5, Joe Brown in lane 6, and Jackie Zhao in lane 7. And there they all are. Just sorting out the results from the girls' year 6, 100 metres. Okay, so back to the year 6 boys.
Gio!
Oh, full start. Mr. Tomczyk calling them back. But they're away this time. Now Nathan Burge has gone out hard and with Jack Jordan, so it's going to be close, I think. Who's going to come through at the end? I think Nathan Burge is going to surge through, and that is a great run from him. Jack Jordan in second. Have to see the replay for third and fourth, but that, what a race. And Nathan looking very powerful and strong. Lovely to see him, his strength come through. Jack Jordan, big victory earlier on in the 600 metres. Couldn't quite hang on there, the power needed for the 100, so well done, Nathan. Luca Thurley-Newton, I think, in third, and Oscar Swift in fourth. So great effort there. On to the Year 7 girls now. And in lane 1 we have on the far left Georgiana Pedley. Lane 2 Lily Vandermeer. Lane 3 Layla Rajwani. Lane 4 Rosie Hill. There we go. Lane 5 Cecilia Field. Lane 6 Polly Hex. Lane 7 Daisy Abbott. Lane 8 Edie Edwards. And lane 9 just to the right. Out of shot at the moment, but Ella Quigley. I think we might want to keep an eye on the clock on this one. School record is 13.1 seconds for the girls, set in 2008 by Maddie Mann. And we'll see if anyone gets close. Oh. Pistol didn't work that time, I don't think. And they're off. And into an early lead goes Rosie Hill. So let's see what the time might be at the end of this. Powering through. Strong victory. Fantastic effort there. So fresh from breaking the high jump record earlier. He's also
Year 8, it's your turn to go line up for 100 metres.
an outstanding sprinter as well, so we'll see what the time is. Second place looks like going to Georgiana Pedley. And so here we go. Georgiana in second. Layla, well, Layla or Daisy in third, I think. Quite close, maybe Daisy in third. So very good. Okay, so we're moving on to the boys Year 7 over on the far left. Outing Wang, Ben Davis in 2, there he is. Max Gaines in 3, Barney Bathard-Smith in 4, Hugo Bressard in 5, Josh Wong in 6, Oscar Sims in 7, and Haroon Bashir in 8. So I believe Rosie Hill's time in the 100 just now was 13.85. So good quick time. Expect another one now. Oh, the gun is not quite firing properly. So, as I said, expect another quick time now in the boys' Year 7 100 metres. And they're off this time. Hugo Bressard out into the lead, closely followed by, well, Josh Wong's with him and Barney Bathard-Smith, but Hugo powering his way through, I think. And maybe Max Keynes chasing hard. Good win for Hugo Bressard. I think Max Keynes just second and Barney Bathard-Smith in third, but we'll have to see the replay and maybe how the judges place them. So good, strong technique from Hugo. Good, powerful with his legs, driving his arms, and opening up a lead there at the end. Now second place. Now that's going to be close. Possibly Max and Barney, and then on this near side in fourth, I think, probably Haroon Bashir. There we go. Hugo in the middle there. Victory. And I think Max Keynes probably just given the nod ahead of Barney. Right, on to the Year 8 girls 100-metre challenge. So we have here Amy Wern in lane 1 on the far side. On the left. And then coming left to right, Apple Vandermeer. Chloe Williams. Eva Grandy in lane 4. Olive Evans. Poppy Campion. Lucy Carl. And Daniela Zamaloa. And Mr. Thompson. But he's not running. Okay, in that last race, Hugo Bressard just ran a personal best, 13.65. Very good effort. And on to Year 8. Okay, so back to the Year 8 girls. Mr. Barter just checking that feet are all behind the line, and he's happy. White flag has gone up. Not to surrender, but to indicate that everybody's where they should be, and they're off. So Eva Grandy and Olive Evans neck and neck, I think, in the lead. Going to be a close race. Who's going to get this? Eva Grandy just inching ahead, I think. Eva Grandy first, Olive Evans second, and Poppy Campion third. And then maybe on this near side, Lucy Carl in fourth. We'll see the replay, very close. Right in the middle there, Olive and Eva Grandy. Neck and neck right the way down. I thought Olive was just pushing ahead here. But then Eva's strength in the second half of the race as she comes through, just opening up that stride a little bit more and powering through at the very end. So very close. And Olive second, Poppy third, Lucy fourth, Chloe Williams fifth, Daniela sixth, and then Amy and Apple at the end. And there they are in order. So excellent work. And that brings us on to the final race, the final sprint challenge of the afternoon, which is the Year 8 boys 100 metres. And we have on the far left Neffy and Miles Hall. In second lane, Theo Hazelwood, Percy Cutler in 3, Tom Hoskinson in 4, Alex Pillsbury in 5, Dan Arborous in 6, Ollie Kirtley in 7, Louis Ashby Gorman in 8, and George Shakespeare in lane 9. Watch out, where you going? Okay, so just a little discussion there about who's in which lane. And okay, so starters are happy, the finishers are happy, and we're about to head off. And they are off. Alex Pillsbury powering into the lead, Percy Cutler with him, and Neffy and Miles Hall over in lane 1 as well. So, but it looks like Alex Pillsbury coming through to take victory, Percy Cutler second, Neffy and Miles Hall third, Theo Hazelwood fourth, Dan Arborous fifth, Ollie Kirtley sixth, I think. And then Tom Hoskinson, and then then Louis Ashby Gorman. So here they go, good starts all round. And Alex, good strong technique, good body position, driving through. Percy second, and Neffian in third place. So that completes the individual sprint challenges. And what we have left are the 4x100 meters relays to finish things off. So we have juniors, we have 3 teams from each junior house in the 4x100s, a bit like we had earlier at the start of the day in the 4x200s. And then we'll have the middles, and then we'll have the seniors. Then a special event, a special race. And then finishing off with a presentation to the winning house. And I would imagine that the scores are pretty close. So we're just going to get the juniors organised into their relay teams.
Oh, really? Are you all right? People are already there.
So yeah, we need it for the relay.
Make that 50. Yes. Leo, I don't love it. Well, yeah, you did like you like me.
Okay, so just whilst we are waiting to start the final few events, the 4x100 metre relay, I've been joined in the commentary box by Mrs. Jones, who's been out on the long jump pit this afternoon. How's it been?
It's been super. They've jumped very well, long and pretty good results.
Okay, we saw on the screen you giving some tips to people. What were they? What were you looking to tell them to do?
For one, attack the board and use as much pace as you can. We need to get a good hang in the air, so you need good flight, so you need to go up, and then a two-footed landing.
Okay, very good. And the weather's turned out to be pretty good today, isn't it? After a not so promising start with the sea mist, the sun has come out. All the staff have got their sunglasses on. And it's been good.
I fear that we're constantly asking them to stay in the shade, but I think we might have some rosy cheeks tonight.
Yeah. And drinking plenty of water. Is that Mr. Reed I now see in a pair of shorts and glasses? I reckon that's an indication of someone else who might be taking part in the staff relay a little later on. We saw him earlier in his very smart St Andrews colours tie, but he's now changed, so he's going off to limber up, I think, get a massage just before the big race. And so I asked Mr. Thompson earlier, if you had to seek sunglasses advice from members of staff, who would you turn to?
Oh, tricky. I know I wouldn't ask.
Yes. Right, so we're getting the juniors are heading out there now, ready for the 4x100s. Each house puts in 3 teams. We've got Arcos. Quite hard to tell from here which lane they're in. I think they're in lane 1. And I think that might be Dorazai in lane 1 there, starting. Rovers, I think, are in lane 2. VC's in 3 and Sea Kings in 4. And I think for this race, they run the whole race in lanes, half a lap each, because it's a 200-meter track, 4x100. And they have to stay in lane. And the staggers have been worked out to make it fair for everybody. So, do you have happy memories of sports days?
Yeah, I do actually. I think I was one of the only older ones that was up for doing most events. I'd call me daft, but I actually really enjoyed it. I did pretty well, I think. Long jump, 800, and a bit of a sprint. It's all changed since, but yeah, I did love it.
Good.
Thanks for asking.
And so, if you had to race today, what would your choice be? It's probably different to when you were younger.
I think I'd race to the Pims tent would be my first choice, but
Yes.
then maybe short and sweet. Although I think I'm better at the long distance these days. I don't think I've got that fast twitch fibre within me at the minute. But yeah, long distance I'd have got. 800 I think I'd have done.
Yeah, and we saw some good races earlier on in the 800s. But we've seen some good sprints as well. We've seen a lot of really good action. We've had some long jumping, we've had some speed bounce, we've had shot put, we've had high jump. We've had some javelin.
Don't forget the tug of war. That had the most excitement around the area.
The tug of war is the one that gets the most competitive, I think, and the biggest cheers of the day. We had some hurdles earlier as well, of course. So we've had a bit of everything, and hats off to Mrs. Murray and the team for keeping everything organised, on course, pretty much to time as well. A few minutes over at the moment. But once we get these relays underway, they should move quite quickly. So, I think it's Arco's in lane 1, Rover's in lane 2, and they're off. VCs are in lane 3, I think. I think that's Sydney Jenkins coming down there. And on the outside, lane 4, I think that's George Crawford handing over to Alexa Elliott. And there's Clark Campbell now for VCs. Chasing Alexa. Mrs. Hart giving the old fist pump there. Encouragement. And so Clark coming up on Alexa, just on the outside as they hand over the batons there. Clark has handed it over to Emily Murray by the looks of things. But Evie Smith has taken it back on for Sea Kings and gone back past. And then on the near side, I think we've got Sean Ung. No, that was Ruben Coburn, actually, who made up good ground and maybe put Rovers into the lead. And Lottie Fellows on the inside. Who's going to win this? Maybe it's going to be Henry Swift for Sea Kings. Lottie Fellows for Rovers in second. Or not sure, actually, in the end. Maybe Sydney Jenkins just got there.
Great name for the winner, Henry Swift.
Yeah, Swift, absolutely. And I think Sydney Jenkins did just regain second right at the end. Lottie Fellows in third. And that means Arco's Jack Hawkins coming in fourth there, as you can see. But a good race to start off the 4x100s. Next up, we have the B team runners for each house. And we'll see when they're out on track, just getting them organised and set up. It's quite complicated for them. They've never done a relay like this, where you stay in lanes like this. It's slightly different to what we saw earlier on this morning.
So, Mr. Jones, who I know you love commentating and giving it some chat. Who do you take your style from? Who's your style guru when it comes to presenting?
Commentary.
That's the one.
That's a good question, isn't it? Give me a few seconds to think about that, and I'll come back to you.
Got him. I got him.
I'll come back to you on that one.
I could have asked a harder question. Didn't know it would take such thought.
Well, growing up, I suppose the hero was always Des Lynam, but most people probably haven't heard of him. So he was always, what I always liked about him was his calmness when he was speaking. So he might be one. In terms of punditry on TV, well, actually, I think Alistair Eakin is a commentator who does a lot of rugby and tennis, who I like listening to. I think he's very good. And sadly, I don't have the voice of a famous Scottish rugby commentator called Bill McLaren, but he was arguably one of the best. Had such a poetic voice with a sort of Scottish lilt. And they're off in this race. That's a good, strong start there out in lane 3. I think that's Patrick Watmuff coming round. Very, very fast start. And who's he handing on to? Georgia DiBraccio. So that's a good start. Kiana Williams there. She's battling hard, though. She's not letting that second place slip. So she's battling back. George Barnes, I think, is in lane 1 there. And Telvin Chamari coming round 4th place at the moment. But they're handing on the batons. Those are nice changes there, especially to Saskia Elliott, who's into 2nd place. Mia Caliendo on the outside, holding on to victory. And Dakota Kane, Saskia Wells now is in the lead. But is she going to hold on to the lead on the inside? She's looking over her shoulder.
Things can change on the bends.
Yeah, who is that coming up on the inside for Sea Kings? Angus Clark, I think. But I think Saskia Wells just held on there and took victory. Yeah, I've had a couple of messages to say that surely David Coleman for athletics has got to be up there. Absolutely right. Maybe Steve Cram, 1 or 2 people have mentioned at the moment. Or Brendan Foster, perhaps. But yeah, David Coleman, surely.
Costello.
Yeah, Mike Costello, another one.
I think we could probably leave it there, Gareth. You're doing really.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
I might ask his favourite breakfast cereal next. It might be a bit easier.
Muesli. Okay, we're on to the 18 runners now in the juniors. The final relay, final event for them. So,
Middles, it's your relay time. Please do not come across if they're running, but if you can get across before, come and sit down in the grid. So middles, 4x100 relays, please.
and you might have heard in the background there, we're just getting ready for the middles 4x100s, which will be taking place straight after this. So we're just getting them into position into their relay marshalling boxes.
Let's hope we don't get any middles from Meads thinking it's for them. It's pretty loud out here, so hopefully they have got the message.
Okay, and most of the other events are done now, so it's just the track, so you can see a lot of people sitting around the spectator ropes on the outside, keeping well back, but watching what is going on, cheering for their houses. So picking up the baton, that's Isaac Furley there. Actually, he's not a starting runner, so there's Thomas Price on the outside. Ben Faulkner starting for Rovers. He's on lane 1 on the inside. And they're off. As they head round. And it unwinds. You've got Joe Cornford in lane 3. So Ben Faulkner, strong start. He's gone past Charlotte Miller. Thomas Price round on the outside. So that's good handover from Ben Faulkner to, I think that's George Sargent, who's now in the lead for Rovers. So May Ambler there, just on the outside. So we're handing over to Charlotte Sargent. So George handing over to his sister. So Rovers are in the lead, but Joshua Deckett is chasing back for VCs on the outside. So Charlotte Sargent will be handing over to Yaqub Bashir, I believe, and he's on the inside lane, so it should be a victory for Rovers. Josh Deckett, good handover there to Darcy Jenkins. And is she going to hold on for second place for VCs? Good running style. And then Rafe Roberts coming around for Sea Kings. And then Telvin Jamari coming round for Arcos.
Go, Telvin.
Finishing it off.
Yes.
So well done. Big round of applause there from Mrs. Miles Lewis cheering them on. Great selection of sunglasses there, as you can see from the teachers. And that concludes the juniors competition for today. So we'll get those results into the system, and then we'll do some announcements directly after the finish of the seniors competition. So juniors will stay around and we'll watch and we'll see what's going on. We've got the middles relays coming up next.
Ayla Kutch the draw, Azad, who else? Hugh, loads of Rovers. Rovers, if you're in the relay, you need to get into the middle, please. So this is the year 6, 5. Middles, 5 and 6. Matty Arnold, are you around? Matty Arnold and Leo Wells. Leo and Matty, please could you make your way here? Luca Felly Newton and Diggory Sleep as well, please. All for Rovers. Come on, you need to get yourself over here quickly, please.
So just in case you're wondering whether you need to race to come and pick up the juniors, if you're a junior parent, just to say the juniors will stay and watch the culmination of the events and the presentation, because I think they'd like to see that. So don't race to come and collect the juniors. We're probably going to be about 15 minutes slightly over time before everyone goes home. Just getting the middles into place, ready for the relays. And I think it is going to be all to play for in terms of the points. And the house sports day is just one competition that's part of the overall house competition. And every term they compete for the King Farlow Trophy, an enormous cup. But today, of course, the focus is on sports day. But during the term, we have other competitions. We have, for each sport, we generally have a competition: football, hockey, tennis. We've had to really adapt things this year, of course, when we've had lockdown. So we challenged the children to do to run or walk or cycle as far as they could, and it started off as a Land's End to John O'Groats challenge, but it quickly became Land's End to Hong Kong because John O'Groats was too easy. We have house quizzes, the industry grades that we give. That's part of a bigger competition between the houses. There's Mr. Reed. He has the keys to the trophy cabinet, and there he is, holding it up, ready to award a little bit later. And as I said, looks like he's limbered up, ready for a race later on. And we're expecting big things since his son holds the 100 meters school record. If you ever want to play golf and learn off someone, by the way, you should play with Mr. Reed, former scratch golfer, no less. Okay, looks like the middles are just getting themselves ready. So each house has got 4 teams in the 4x100. We've got Rovers, quite hard to see who's going to be in which lane at the moment. But I think Rovers are in lane 1, VC's in lane 2, Seeking's in lane 3, and Arcos are in lane 4. There's Mr. Thompson in the background, just before he heads off to auditions for the next YMCA video. Okay, so heading off first for Arcos, Isabel Robson-Webb. In lane 4, lane 3, that is Marco Goncharenko. Lane 2, Ella Derry. And on the inside, Caitlin, no, Darcy, no, sorry, that's the next runner, there we go. That is Hope Coburn on the inside, lane 1. So good start from Isabel, keep on going round Isabel. Stay in your lane all the way around the outside, that's it. And you're handing over to Freya Chisholm, and off they go. Just ahead of Sea Kings. Oh, change over there. So Darcy Cambridge has it now. It looks like Arcos probably have the lead here. Una Song there, handing it on to Caitlin Watson. Good change over, Matty Arnold there on the inside. So Ben Keynes on the outside for Arcos. Looks like they might win this one. Eleanor May on the outside. Going to record a victory for Arcos. That's Caitlin Watson handing on to Tiger Wang, I think, as he comes around. And that's Azan Khan heading over the line too, in second place for Sea Kings. Tiger Wang, I think that's for VCs. And Harry coming in, Harry Imeson for Rovers. Next up, we have the C-Team runners for the middles. Okay, so that's Dakota Kane there leading off. Which house is she leading off? I think she's leading off Arcos in the outside lane. No, maybe not. I think Arcos are on the inside with Adlai, Bonito, Adusai.
Darcy.
And Nathan Burge handed on there to Arush Reddy. Teo Bailey in lane 3 there, and on the outside, I think that's Leo Wells for Rovers, so Arcos are on the inside. And that was Angeli Powell, she's handing over to Not sure. Is that Eloise Garton on the inside? Going into the lead for Arcos. Looks like it. Handing over to Hugo Stevens now on the inside for Arcos. Coming round but being chased hard by Nathan Burge. I think Hugo might just have held on there.
Yes. Can I join?
So this is a good close race. Who gets there at the end there? Looks like Nathan Burge probably had that just then. So, not sure about that one. We'll have to get judges' adjudication, but I think Nathan probably just pipped Hugo there on that one. So moving on to the B teams. So here they go. There's another view again, just to see. Quite hard to tell because of the shadow of the line. Can't quite see the line here. And we're not quite dead on. I reckon the dip, well, it's hard to tell. I still think maybe Nathan just got there. Okay, so now we have the B team runners in the 4x100. And they're off. So that's Luca Demisa for Arcos on the outside. Just inside is Diggory Sleep. So that's going to be quite close as they come to hand over the batons. That's a good handover to Erin Hillier for Arcos. So she's on the outside. Ava Kashani and Jessie Holgate powering through past Ava on the inside, lane 2. For Sea Kings. So I think Sea Kings are probably going to take a lead here as she hands over to Ed Goff. He's gone into the lead. But on the outside is Oliver Reed for Arcos. So Ed Goff in the lead for Sea Kings. Arcos in second, I think, as it starts to unwind. Then Dakota Kane is in on the inside there for Rovers. Now, Georgie Gribble ran well in the 100 metres earlier on, so I think she's going to take victory. Although Stanley Revel is running hard and coming round for Arcos. So Sea Kings first, Arcos second, and then it's going to be close for third and fourth. I think that was Rovers just ahead on the inside. Luca Thurley-Newton coming through at the end there, I think.
Year 7 and 8, Year 7 and 8 relay. If you could swiftly make your way into the centre, please. Nice and quickly. Year 7 and 8, 100 metre relay, please. Extra race about to start, so nice and quick, please. Come into the middle and sit down.
And so we're just getting the A-team runners for the middles, their final race of the day about to start, and we're getting the seniors who are involved in the 4x100s into the middle, into their relay marshalling boxes, and they need to move fairly quickly so that we can get the last middles race underway and started. So, the final middles relay race. I think we've got Rovers in lane 1, VCs in lane 2, Sea Kings in lane 3, and Arcos in lane 4. It looks like left terrace leading off Sea Kings, left terrace Ionadis. It looks like Luca Thurley-Newton is leading off the Rovers. Bella Kinnaber is leading off the VCs in the outside lane.
Really fun spots.
That must mean that Arco's actually in lane 1. That'll be Jacob Jones going off first for Arcos. And indeed he is. So Bella Kinnaber on the outside. Coming round. Luca Thurley-Newton in lane 3. Lefteris Ionadis in lane 2 and Jacob Jones in lane 1. So handing over the baton. So that's a good strong run by Bella Kinnaber. Zach Cheery on the outside. Jack Hart in lane 3 for Rovers. In lane 2 is Lottie Hex, and lane 1 is Leo Ashford. So it's all pretty close as it starts to unwind. As we hand over the batons, it's going to be pretty close. Zach handing over to Jackie Zhao. Scarlett McFarlane, I think probably Rovers are just in the lead at the moment. Oscar Swift is now in second place, and on the inside is Leo McAndrew for Arco. So as we hand over the batons, it's going to be pretty close, I think, between VCs and Rovers on the outside. So Jack Jordan on the outside, and Becky Howe there, and Tom Hex trying to chase Jack Jordan down. That's not easy to say. Not quite managing it. So first was VCs, second was Sea Kings. Third, I'd have to see the replay. Possibly Arcos, and fourth Rovers. So first VCs, Jack Jordan, second Tom Hex for Sea Kings. There's Mrs. Thompson on the timer. There's Eloise Garton coming in third, and I think Becky Howe coming in fourth place. And so we are moving swiftly on to the seniors, ready for their final set of races. Each house submits 4 teams. And we're going to get them going ASAP. So, looks like Sea Kings are on the outside, lane 4. VCs are in lane 3, Rovers in lane 2, and Arcos in lane 1. Okay, getting ready for the start of this first race for the seniors. First of 4. And they're off this time, so on the outside that's Toby Timlin, I believe, for Sea Kings. Anna Brown for VCs in lane 3. Good strong start by Toby Timlin, hands over to Kieran Clark. And I think they have the lead. Tammy Tam there running for Rovers in lane 2. And I think they've opened up a bit of a lead here, Sea Kings. I think they're going to be hard to catch. Good strong run by Kieran, handing over to, oh, drop baton though, Jasmine Andrade Lee. That will cost them time. I think they've built up such a big lead that may not matter. Sophie Benson heading off there now for VCs. Looks like in second place, although Mana Zhang on the inside for Arcos catching up, and Tia Neal now goes into second. But on the outside, Harrison Nye is going to bring it home for Sea Kings. Good, strong running. And then Daisy, I think that's Daisy Lovegood Abbott, well done. And I didn't quite catch who was third and fourth there. Daisy Abbott coming in second for Rovers, so Sea Kings win, then Rovers. And then it was close between Jean Tuffigo for Arcos, and I think it was Isla Jourdain, was it? For VCs, didn't quite see, here we go. So that's Daisy Abbott. And then who comes in third and fourth? And I think that's Jean Taffigo and Chloe Williams, actually, sorry, I think we're battling it out fourth, but I think Arcos were third there. Okay, so next race will be the C team runners for seniors. So looks like Seekings are on the inside this time, lane 1. Polly Hex going off first. VC's in lane 2 by the looks of things. Mark McKee leading off. Victor Delaney for Arcos in lane 3 and Eva Grandi in lane 4 for Rovers. Okay, so they're off. So Polly Hex in lane 1, Mark McKee in lane 2, and Victor Delaney in lane 3, and Eva Grandi outside in lane 4. So good strong run there, Phoebe Oates. The Rovers handing over to Apple Vandermeer. Close for second, third and fourth though. So Rovers out in front. Lucy Carl battling back for Arcos into second place, I think. So Apple hands over to Olive Evans. Jax Putland battling it out with Wilf Medlicott, who's having a good look over his shoulder at Jax and Amy Wern. So Olive's going to come through for Rovers and win for them. And then Wilf Medlicott, I think, second. Who was that for Sea Kings? Third was Arcos and fourth was VCs. So good finish, good strong finish from Olive. Close for second, third and fourth, but Wilf Medlicott hangs on for Sea Kings. Just pips Jax Putland, who's Arcos. So next race is the B team runners, so 2 more races to go. Lane 1 we have VCs. Georgiana Pedley looks like she's heading off first, I think, for VCs. In lane 2 we have Sea Kings. It's like Barney Bathard Smith going off first for them. Arcos in lane 3, looks like Jonah Ripley leading it out for them. And in lane 4, we have Haroon Bashir for Rovers. Okay, so they're off. It's actually Alfie Lulham, I think, going off first for Rovers on the outside. Good strong run by Jonah Ripley for Arcos. He's come around and he's going to be handing over to Darcy Jones. And baton change. So Darcy running around in the lead, but being chased by Outing Wang on the outside. Josh Wong. Well, no, Outing Wang on the inside, sorry. He's taking the lead for Sea Kings. Arcos. So he hands over to Leo Ginger. Darcy hands over to Peter Miller in lane 3. On the inside, we have Harry Jordan. And I think on the outside, we must have Haroon Bashir. So Leo Ginger is in the lead. And he hands over to Kieran Clark. Dougie Fallon on the inside for Sea Kings. Max Keynes, I think, gonna... So Kieran Clark gets there first. For Sea Kings, they just snatched the victory there. And Louis Ashby Gorman comes across at the end there. For Rovers, not quite in that one, unfortunately. And so we have so Kieran Clark powering through at the end there very strongly, pipping Dougie Fallon on the inside for VCs. So one more A-team race to go for the seniors. This is their last event of the day. And we have Rovers in lane 1 this time, Arcos in lane 2, so that is Haroon Bashir in lane 1. Arcos in lane 2. Tom Hoskinson off first there, I think. That is Rosie Hill for Sea Kings in lane 3, and Hugo Bressard for VCs leading out in lane 4. So,
Staff, could you please come to the prepare for your relay? You need to get into your teams.
So in lanes 3 and 4, we have the winners of the
Children, it's the
Year
start
7
race after this,
100
so
metres
you might
races.
like to watch and cheer on your house. But first, we've got the last of the Year 8 relays.
The Rovers are in lane 1, Arcos are in lane 2, Sea Kings are in lane 3, and VCs are in lane 4. And Mrs. Veach, you can see there in your shot, just calling over the staff, the elite staff runners, ready for their race. Right, so the last pupils race, which is going to be far more exciting, is off. And we have Rosie Hill there in lane 3 and Hugo Bressard on the outside, so that's going to be a good contest as they come round. So Hugo, they're handing over pretty much neck and neck, actually. So Hugo's handed over to Eric Wood. That's George Shakespeare and Ben Davis there for Arcos and Rovers. So Neffian Miles Hall takes the lead for Sea Kings. And as he goes round, he's handing over to Theo Hazelwood. And then Ollie Kirtley on the inside now for Rovers, trying to catch up with Sea Kings. So they're in second. I think that's George Shakespeare, perhaps, not sure, Percy Cutler. So Poppy Campion on the outside for Sea Kings. Is she going to be caught by Alex Pillsbury, who's chasing her down hard? Is he going to get there? No, Poppy holds on for Sea Kings. Alex Pillsbury for Rovers in second. And here they come round, so that's the final baton change. Good change over to Poppy Campion. And it was a job for her. The challenge was just to hold on with Alex Pillsbury chasing hard. So I think VCs came third. We'll see. No, Percy Cutler gets in there for Arcos in third. and VCs
Okay, everyone.
in
Everyone
4th.
needs to be outside of the track, please. Please make sure you stay.
So that concludes the pupil races. We just have one more race before the presentation.
And I don't want them to take anyone out as they swiftly.
And this final race is still a house competition,
Now make sure you're cheering on everyone that's running.
but
Stay
featuring
brave.
some staff. I'm not
Supporting
actually
your
sure
house.
who is running
If you're
myself,
not
I'm afraid.
running, unless you're staffing, I think you need to go outside the ring, please.
And
so
these are
everyone can
staff
see.
who are all associated with the different houses. So Mr. Barter, who's the head of Arcos, he looks like he's going to head off first for his house. But the question is, who's he handing on to? So that was a team photo before. I hope they're going to do a team photo after as well, just to compare the difference. Mr. Barter, he's looking nonchalant, but he's got to be nervous. A lot of pressure. Okay, so Mr. Barter, an old Androvian, an old former Arco, Joseph Chicksmith, who's working here as a gappy at the moment, just talking tactics there. As someone who has to remain neutral from all houses, which I do, of course.
Okay, guys, we're about to start.
I'm not allowed to run in this event. Okay, so there's absolute silence descends across the arena. Albeit apart from the heartbeats pumping of the staff, who are completely out of their comfort zone right now. Now they're off. Oh, there's another former pupil being dragged in today. Nelly Bathard-Smith, big lead there. And there's Mr. Barter powering down the inside, passing on to Mr. Reed. Oh, there's a gappy on the outside. Mr. Reed, he's doing well, he's getting round. So it looks like, who was that on the outside? VC's on the outside. Mr. Reed passing on to Joseph Shook-Smith. We've got Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Kemp neck and neck. Passing on to Esther and Regan, the gappies. We've got Mr. Gamashi handing on to Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson's been hampered. And now we've got Mr. Francis against Mr. Thompson. Oh, he's given himself a bit too much work to do there. Mr. Thompson, and Mr. Francis comes round. Oh, there's going to have to be a steward's inquiry there. I don't know what shenanigans were taking place. Mrs. Dutton coming round and Mrs. McCollin chasing hard. A good effort there.
Please give him a big cheer, everyone. Well done.
And there's a big cheer heading around the fields for the staff. As it should be.
Okay. Carefully, listen carefully. You need to
So we're now just going to get all the children over to the presentation area where we will be doing a very quick presentation and a couple of thank yous. Where we're going to hand over the trophy, announce who's the winning house and just say thank you to a few people. So we'll do that fairly shortly.
Don't leave anything.
So as the children are making their way over and are being reminded about picking up lost property and kit and making sure they don't leave anything behind.
Over to the scaffolding, please, as quick as you can.
Just to say what a brilliant day it has been, and it's turned out to be. I was very worried over the weekend when I looked at the forecast about 100 times.
The scaffolding in front of the pavilion,
decided that
just
we just
to be
couldn't go
clear,
ahead.
not the one halfway down the field.
But fortunately didn't, and we held on, and overcast this morning, a little bit wet at times, but actually it's turned out to be a lovely afternoon, and what a fabulous event. I hope everybody at home has enjoyed it as well. Being able to see as much as possible, may not have been able to show everything that was happening all at the same time, but hopefully you got a flavour of Sports Day. We couldn't have it last year, so you may never have seen this event
you need to come to me
it's a fabulous
here, and we're going to sit
event,
in year groups,
which
please.
is very inclusive of everybody in all the houses, giving everybody
Behind
an
the
opportunity
white
to
line.
do as much as possible. And it's about the house. It's
Right.
not so much
Year
about
5
individuals,
here,
although
where Mrs.
individuals
Jones
can
here.
shine as well.
Year
But
3
everybody
over
is
to Mrs. Gent,
competing
please. And year
at a
4,
level
you can
that
go there
suits
as well,
them,
actually,
and
because
that
you're
is
in the
the main
same
thing.
bubble.
Good to have competition, but
Year 5
competition at
here.
the right level. So we're just getting the children
Year
into their groups,
6.
sitting down,
If you could come to where I'm standing, please. Year 6 to
sorting
here.
themselves out.
Okay.
The staff who've just run are staggering back. But what a good effort for them. Sister Vic's a little bit busy for the medical team today, but nothing too bad, just a few bumps and 1 or 2 grazes.
Okay, and
All
year
fine.
7, you need to come here. Year 6, can you go slightly that way, please?
And I've got to say,
Slightly
what a
that way.
fantastic
Year 7, and then
presentation from CheersMate Productions.
7,
Who
come
have
over
done
here a
a
bit
great
more,
job.
please.
Got here bright and early this morning to set up their scaffolding towers so that we could bring all the
Year
different
7,
events
you need to go
you.
more in a block. In a block, guys.
What a great thing to be able to do. So we're getting the children over, as you can see. And we'll do some very quick announcements about who has won. And then we will be, the children will be heading back. Years 5 to 8 go home at the normal time, 5:30. Buses will leave at the normal time as well. And the juniors, some are still here, 1 or 2 may have gone already, because we're slightly after going home time. But we'll do the announcements very soon. I may just have to swap this mic for another one to be able to do that, but you should be able to pick up and hear everything that I say.
Okay, guys, settle down nice and quickly, please. Please make sure you're sitting in your year groups and not mixing. Thank you very much.
Well done, guys.
No, you're using the PA system, but it'll be picked up on that.
Yeah, where am I standing then?
Doesn't matter, really. Yeah.
Okay, guys, if you can listen carefully so that I can just say a few things and then announce and present the cup. First of all, what an afternoon. In fact, what a day. I was a bit worried when I looked at the weather this morning that we wouldn't be able to go ahead. But clearly we have, and you, as athletes and competitors, have done brilliantly. Not just in the way that you've competed, but in the way that you've supported each other and encouraged each other and generally just been a fabulous school. So I think the first big round of applause should be for yourselves. Now, secondly, you won't have been able to realise this, although obviously we've got the cameramen that you can see, but there have been loads of people at home who've been watching what is going on and enjoying the action. I've received lots of messages today just to say how brilliant it is. So I think the group from CheersMate Productions, we need to give them a really big cheer and round of applause as well. Because it has been fantastic. I've been watching the screen throughout the whole day. We've been jumping from track events to long jump to shot put, high jump, the tug of war. We've been watching everything that's going on. Some things we probably shouldn't have seen, but well done to all of you. And I think the final big well done and round of applause. There's loads of people looking a bit guilty now, wondering what we did see. A final big round of applause goes to the staff who've done a brilliant job today, particularly the sports department who've organised, and in particular Mrs. Murray, who has coordinated it all and put it all together. So can we have a really big round of applause? It's a long day for the staff, just checking on all the events, making sure you'll do the right thing, so thank you very much to all of them. Now, the results, I'll go through department at a time. So first of all, juniors in 4th place, Arcos, 3rd place, Sea Kings, 2nd place, VCs, and 1st were the Rovers. In the middles, 4th were VCs, 3rd were Arcos, 2nd were Rovers, and 1st were Sea Kings. And then in the seniors, 4th were Arcos, 3rd were VCs, and then it was quite close for 2nd and 1st. 2nd, Rovers, and 1st were Sea Kings. And so, overall, and we have the trophy I think we'll present. So, 4th, and big round of applause, Arcos. 3rd were VCs. Then just 21 points, 2nd and 1st. So 2nd place, Rovers. And so first, can I have the house captains, please, of Sea Kings? So well done, Sea Kings, this year's Sports Day champions. You can hold it up. Well done. Cheers only, please. Okay, so fantastic day. Next thing now, we're going to have a break for about 25 minutes. So what you need to do is clear your stuff away from here, move away from here so that we can make sure we put away all the equipment nice and quickly. But you can stay out, have a break time, and then a bell will go in 25 minutes where you need to go back to your form rooms to clear up for the rest of the day, and then everyone will go at 5:30. Okay, so hopefully that is clear. Well done everybody, fantastic day, and thank you very much. Sea Kings, just stay where you are so we can do a photo of the winning house. So Sea Kings, just stay here, but everybody else can go. So I hope you were able to pick that up at home. Just to say that well done to Sea Kings, who finished first. Quite close in the end, just 21 points separating them and Rovers, but what a day of competition and camaraderie, which is the main thing. A big thank you to all the staff who helped today, and it was a whole team effort. In particular, I said a big thank you to Mrs. Murray, who's coordinated it as Director of Sport, and the whole sports department, who've put in a lot of work to make sure this could go on. A big thank you to CheersMate Productions as well, who have worked tirelessly throughout the day. They were here very early this morning, setting up and making sure that we could see all of the wonderful scenes that we brought to you. So thank you if you've been watching at home and staying with us all day. The sun is out and shining, and I hope you can have a very good evening. See you in a different guise tomorrow. Thank you very much.